Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Total War Warhammer 3. Welcome on in, everybody. As you can see, we are currently conquering a lot of the land. You can see the far-reaching grasp of Clan Eshin, having conquered all of Grand Cathay, and even some of the Chaos Wastes. Those, dragons could never pull that off. We are currently we have multiple armies throughout the land. We own territory over here as well. We are dealing with the Rapans de Leonas. Bretonia, in other words. Wiping them out pretty thoroughly. We currently have Clan Rictus, Clan Scryer, and Clan Pestilence under our banner. We're still working on Moors. We still haven't bothered going to find Molder yet. But we are making our way in that direction rather rapidly. We got Skrolkin, Sniksh over here, managing to conquer quite a bit of territory. Though Skrolk, I'm probably going to send up this direction while I keep Sniksh heading to the west. And then we've got a few other armies all throughout the area. Just kinda, conquering. We have already completed our, the short campaign victory conditions. Oh, and we've completed most of the long campaign victory conditions. I just have to control 7 of these settlements. Which isn't going to be too hard. And then, of course, we've got our domination campaign victory, which is what I'm actually going for. So let's advance the turn. Also, at some point here, Rygon is going to be reading for us some more from the Warhammer 40k book that he's been reading for us. It is really nice.
Yes. I'll be reading it here shortly. I found the chapter. Big stretch.
Did you clip that, Gib Cab? Really?
Mare?
Oh, my comment about those dragons could never pull that off. Gib kept sending that to Taldarius.
No. Let's get some ambience going.
Where is my other? Oh, right, Infectique. That's the one.
Okay.
Oh, I was trying to find one of the lords that I was using for doing various things. Hello there, Big Bones Jones.
Oh, that's your name.
It is a good name. I like that name.
Me too.
It's a fun name.
Alrighty. I'm ready.
All
Let's see how
right.
big this chapter is. It's a short chapter, relatively.
So, just so everybody knows, Rygon, as I said, will be reading shortly from a book for us. It's set in the Warhammer 40k universe. And it's going to be great. But during it, we will not be responding to chat that much. So, thank you all so much for hanging out and stuff. Hello there, Orca. Enjoy the story, everybody.
Okay, first things first, we're going to do some vocal practice.
Well, while you're looking for that, gosh dang it, these two are literally just outside of the range that I can go attack them.
Alright, here we go.
I guess I'll go this way.
Should saucy sharks eat shelters soon, the 666 sheep's sick. She sits and shines shoes, but when she sits, she shines all day. A skunk sat on a stump. The skunk thought the stump stunk. The stump thought the skunk stunk. Sister Susie sewing shirts for soldiers. Such skill at sewing shirts. My shy young sister Susie shows some soldiers send epistles, saying they'd sooner sleep on thistles than the short surge search for soldiers. My shy young sister Susie sews. Sister Susie went to sea the sea, you see. The sea she saw was a saucy sea, a sort of saucy sea saw she. Give me the gift of a grip-top sock, a clip-draped ship-shaped tip-top sock, not a spin-slack, slapstick, slip-shop sock, not a plastic elastic grip-top sock, not your fantastic slack swap slop from a slapdash flash cash haberdash shop, not a knife knack net log knock-kneed knickerbocker sock with a mock-shot blob model ticker top clock, not a super sheep seersucker rucksack sock, not a spot-speckled frog-freckled cheap chic sock off a hodgepodge moss-blotched scotch-botched block, nothing slip-shop, drip-drop, flip-flop, or glip-glop, tip me to a tip-top grip-top sock. Whew, that was a Dr. Seuss rhyme. And finally, round the rugged rocks the ragged rascals ran. Roscoe the rum runner rubbed out Rhodey the rat for ruining his rum running receipts. Thistle sticks, 66,006 thistle sticks. Theophilus Thistle, the thistle sifter, thrust 1,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to 15 Hours by Mitchell Scanlon. Chapter 12. 1858 Hours, Central Busharok Time. Sector Command and the portent of a coming storm. Larn sulks. Devere at last finds a reason to be cheerful. Mealtime in Barracks Dugout 1. The culinary arts, as according to Trooper Sketch. A discussion as to the advantages of artillery in the hunting of big lizards. I hear of the raw contact reports for the last half hour, sir, Sergeant Voltius said, holding out a sheaf of papers as thick as a thumb with his outstretched hand. You said you wanted to see them immediately before they were collated. Sitting at his desk in a small office at Sector Command Beta, Eastern Division, Sector 110 to 120, Colonel Claude Dreslin turned to take the papers from Voltius and began to read them. There must be 200 reports here at least, he thought. each one recording a separate incident of contact with the enemy. 200. When usually at this time of day we would expect to get more than 80 or so in an hour. Looks like the orcs are getting restless hereabouts. That is never a good sign. Something must be coming. How bad is it, Jack? He asked, raising his eyes from the reports to look at the sergeant. Bad enough, sir, Welches replied, still standing ramrod straight beside the colonel's desk as though he thought he was on parade ground muster. 5 of our sectors reports coming under heavy shell fire from the orcs. Another 2 report incidents of mass assaults. Then we have received something like 100 different reports from across all sectors of contacts, ranging from raiding parties to an increase in the number of Gretsch snipers and scouts in no man's land. Looks like there's a real shitstorm brewing, Colonel, if you pardon my language. Your pardon, Jack, Dreslin said, looking up at the non-com's grizzled face with a quiet amusement born of long familiarity with his ways. What about Sector Commands Alpha and Gamma? Are they having the same problem with flying faces? No, and I have to admit that's what put the wind up me, sir. Our neighboring sector commands say they're having a quiet time of it. Too quiet if you ask me. As though the orcs were planning something, you mean, Dreslin said, his face serious now as he gave voice to the thought hanging communally in the air between them. Concentrating their forces here, as though they were about to launch a major offensive? Yes, sir. Of course, I know that's not supposed to happen. I know General HQ say the orcs aren't smart enough to coordinate something like that. But I've got a metal pin in me holding my left knee together from the time an orc shot blew a fist-sized hole in it. And ever since I got it, that pin has always started itching whenever the orcs were up to something. Right now, it's itching worse than a red-arsed monkey that's been sitting in a mound of firebugs. I know what you mean, Jack, Dreslin said. My gut's the same way. All the same, I wouldn't want to go to General Pronin asking him to order an alert based on the combined evidence of your pin and my digestion. I'll need something a bit weightier than that. Give me the collated statistics and summaries from these contact reports ASAP. Then, I'll go see the General and see if we can get him to take some action. Begging your pardon, sir, but the General's not on site. He still hasn't returned from the staff briefings at HQ. Spectacular, Dreslin said, sighing in irritation. The one time we really need the old man, he's off enjoying flat cakes and recap with Grand Marshal Kirchen. All right, then. Looks like I'll have to be the one to put my head in the Cudbear's mouth. Get comms to Vox, General HQ. Tell them Colonel Dresden wants to put sectors 110 through to 120 on alert condition red.
You should not try to take it so much to heart, new fish,
Bullivin had said, going over to join Larn as he sat alone in a corner of the trench.
So, their great-grandfather killed a man and stole his ticket. What of it? It hardly matters now, does it? It was a long time ago, after all, and anyone it might have been important to is long dead by now. It is not as though we meant anything by it, new fish.
Bullivin had said then, once it had become clear Larn was not going to answer him.
We were just talking is all. You have to find some way of passing the time in the trenches. So sometimes we tell stories and afterward everyone gives their opinion. You have to understand it is nothing personal. Granted, maybe we should not have been so forthright.
Bullivin had said next, while Larn stared fixedly ahead and refused to look at him.
Your story was important to you, I could see that now. We, should have been kinder, perhaps. Perhaps you are right, new fish.
Bullivin had said at last.
Perhaps it was a miracle, and we are all full of manure. I'm not a preacher. I don't know about such things. But really, new fish, it is making your own life hard on yourself if you just keep sitting here in silence.
Leave her, Bullivin, Devere had said. All your feeble fabbling around the new fish is giving me a headache. If he wants to sulk, let him. Emperor knows it'll be a damn sight more quiet around here without all of his stupid questions. Time passed. Sitting alone in his corner of the trench while Zebra stood on watch and the others played cards, Larn found the heat of his anger had slowly cooled. With it, he became gradually aware of other things. Sensations that until then had been masked from him by the intensity of the emotions boiling within him ever since the Vardans had defamed his great-grandfather's memory and ridiculed his story of the miracle. Emperor's tears, but it is cold, Larn thought, suddenly realizing he had been sitting in the same spot so long his backside had gone to sleep. Just as he was about to stand and stretch, to move about in the trench in the hope of getting his circulation working, some lingering residue of his anger stopped him. If I get up and move now, the others will think I have forgiven them, he thought, hating how childish the thought made him feel, and yet at the same time helpless to resist it. It'd be like giving in, he thought, like I was admitting I believed all the nonsense he talked before about my great-grandfather stealing the ticket. Then, his anger reignited at the thought of the others might think him weak. He resolved to sit where he was in silence a while longer. Of course, it doesn't really matter what they think, he thought after some further time had passed. It doesn't matter if they think I've given in. It doesn't matter whether they think my great-grandfather stole the ticket or murdered anyone. All that matters is that I know these things aren't true. As long as I know that, they can believe whatever they like. Still, he was not content. Something deep inside him refused to let him move. They have all been in this place too long, he thought at last. That's what it is. That is why they sell dark motives and everything you can except the fact of miracles. Really, it's not even a matter of forgiving them. I should feel sorry for them, not angry. Then, just as he had all but finally summoned the will to swallow his pride and move, Lauren heard the sound of a shrill whistle that seemed to come from the direction of the dugouts. "Heck, at last," Devere said, as around him the other men began to stand and collect their weapons. "It's about time. I've been getting so hungry sitting here, I was beginning to think about eating Scholar's boots." "Really?" said Scholar mildly, checking to see if he still had his book with him. "And there was perhaps some special reasons you were considering eating my boots rather than your own, David?" "What? You think I could eat my own boots and risk getting frostbite?" Devere said. "No, thank you, Scholar. Besides, you have such big feet there'd be plenty of boot to go around. Happily, though, we seem to have averted that particular catastrophe. Time to get to the barracks and see what culinary pleasures are awaiting us."
Come on then, new fish.
Bullivin said, standing over Larn.
If you are last to the mess line, there won't be much left for you.
"You mean it is mealtime?" Larn asked.
A meal, yes,
Bullivin said.
and a 2-hour rest period as well. They rotate us off the line in groups of 10 fire teams at a time. One whistle means it is barrack dugout one's turn. Our turn. Now come on, new fish, the food will be getting cold.
"Yes, come on, you fish," Devere said. "Believe me, you think your day has been bad enough so far? Well, you haven't tasted Trooper Sketch's cooking yet." After so long in the cold of the trench, the interior of Barracks Dugout 1 seemed warm and inviting to him now. So inviting, in fact, that Larn found he barely even noticed the stifling stench of smoke and stale sweat that permeated the air of the dugouts. Inside, a line of guardsmen had already formed up by the time they arrived, waiting, with mess tins in their hand, as a lanky, rat-faced Vardan trooper with only one arm dolefully served out portions of gruel from a battered and gigantic pot from on top of the stove. "Oh, the inestimable Sketch," Devere purred as he reached the head of the line. "Tell me, good friend Sketch, what delightful delicacy are you attempting to poison us with today?"
It's gruel, Devere, Sketch said sourly. Why? What does it look like?
"Between you and me, I wasn't entirely sure," Devere said as he watched Sketch ladle a steaming dollop into his mess tin. "Gruel, you say? And you have followed your normal recipe, I take it. Sawdust, spittle, and whatever dubious organic refuse you could lay your hands on?"
Pretty much, said Sketch humorlessly.
Though you can be sure I made certain you got an extra helping of spit in yours. Why, thank you, Sketch, Devere said, favoring the one-armed cook with his most irritating smile. Really, you are spoiling to me. I must remember to write Grand Marshal Kirchen and recommend you for a commendation. If you got a nice medal, we'll give you something extra to put in the soup. Always the funny man, Devere, Sketch muttered, watching Devere walk away. Then, turning to see Lawrence standing next in line, he squinted at him in wary hostility. I haven't seen you before, Skench said. You a new fish? Yes, said Larn. Uh-huh. You got something funny to say about my cooking, new fish? No? Good, Skench said, dropping a ladle full of greasy brown gruel into Larn's tin, then nodding towards a pile of ration bars lying on a nearby table. Make sure you keep it that way, as well as the gruel you get to take a ration bar. 1 bar, mind, new fish. I've counted them, so don't try taking 2. Oh, and if tonight you should have the runs, don't do what the rest of them do and come round here blaming me. There ain't nothing wrong with my cooking. We clear on that? Yes, we're clear. Good. Then get moving, new fish. You're holding up the line. And remember what I told you. There ain't nothing wrong with my cooking. This is disgusting, Lawrence said. Really disgusting. I mean, I thought the food they gave us in basic training on Jumail was bad enough, but this is 10 times worse. Well, I did warn you, new fish, Devere said as he shoveled another spoonful of gruel into his own mouth. Such as Skench's extraordinary mastery of the culinary arts, he can make bad food taste even worse. Having collected his ration bar, Lar now sat with Devere, Bullivant, and Scholar among the bunks inside the barracks. Meanwhile, still occasionally glowering at Larn as though to assure him of his own feelings of hostility had not waned, Zebra sat alone apart from them against one of the dugout walls. Though, while he still wondered at the source of Zebra's strange antagonism towards him, Larn found he was more directly concerned at that moment with a small white shape he saw wriggling amongst the slop in his mess tin. There is some kind of maggot in my food, he said. That is a Twilland worm grub, Scholar said. They are quite plentiful hereabouts, new fish, and an excellent source of protein.
They add to the flavor as well,
Bullivant said.
but make sure you chew up their food properly. If the grub is still alive when you swallow it, they can lay eggs in your stomach.
Eggs?
Don't worry about it, new fish.
Bullivant replied.
It's not as bad as it sounds. Gives you the runs for a couple of days, and that is all. Of course, if Scans cooked them properly, the grubs will be dead by the time they got to us.
Sweet Emperor, I can't believe you act like it is normal to eat things like this, Larn said. Normal? Devere said, mouth open to reveal a mashed lump of half-chewed gruel. In case you hadn't noticed, you're in the Imperial Guard, new fish, and in the Guard you eat what you can get. Anyway, you think this is bad? You should have seen the whipshaw grabs we had to eat on Bandar Majoris. Actually, I seem to remember they were quite flavorful, some, Devere, Scholar said. Tasted a bit like, guinea fowl. I'm not talking about how they tasted, Scholar, Devere said. I'm talking about the fact they were as big as your leg with a meter-long tongue covered in razor-sharp barbs. Not to mention they were strong enough to tear a man's arm off. And if you want to know how we know that, new fish, just go ask Skench.
Don't listen to him. He's just fooling with you, new fish,
Bullivant said.
It was an orc axe that did it for Sketch's arm right here in Brusharok, not a whipshaw grub on Bandar Majoris. Though we did lose a lot of men to those grabs.
Do you remember Commissar Gris? Scholar said. Went behind a bush one day to see to his daily bowel movement, only to find he was squatting over a whole nest of the damn things. You could have heard him scream halfway across the planet. Good riddance of bad rubbish, Devere said. Gris always was a pain in the arse. No pun intended,
You ask me?
Bullivin said.
The thing I remember most from Bandar is of here hunting the tyrannosaurs.
Yes, Scholar said. You mean the wager? Ah, you're still not going on about that, Bullivin, Devere scowled. Emperor wept. Once a man wins a bet against you, you never forgive him.
Ah, you should have seen it, Doofus,
Bullivin said, smiling.
We had been on Bandar a week, maybe at most. It's a jungle planet, and there were these death worlders. You tell it, Scholar. You always do a better job of it than me.
All right, then, Scholar said, leaning intently forward. Imagine the sea, Doofish. It is midday. The jungle is hot and humid. We have come back into camp after being out on patrol when we smell the most delicious and mouth-watering aroma. Following our noses, we found a group of catechins roasting a meter-and-a-half long two-legged lizard on an open spit. Naturally, we inquire whether we can join in their feast, but, being catechins, they refuse. Go get your own tyrannosaur, they say. Now, you thought that would have been the end of it, but the Veer refuses to let matters rest. Soon, he begins bragging to us that he is more than capable of capturing a tyrannosaur, just as the catechins had. And before you say, small man, big mouth, we've agreed to enter into a wager with him on the matter.
He bet us he could hunt down a tyrannosaur, Doofus.
Bullivin jumped in excitedly.
He bet us 100 credits he could hunt one, kill it, and bring it home for dinner.
So, Scholar continued, armed with the lasgun, our intrepid, if diminutive hunter goes alone into the jungle in search of his prey, only to re-emerge 2 hours later, running back into camp in a panic as though he had the demon on his trail. You and Bullivin can laugh all you like, Devere said, holding a hand high above his head like a fisherman describing the size of his catch. But nobody told me the one the catechins killed was only a baby, and the adults were 10 meters tall when fully grown. Or, for that matter, that they hunted in packs. I tell you, I only got out of that damn stinking jungle by the skin of my teeth. And, besides, you have to admit I did what I said I'd do in the end. I did kill a tyrannosaur, and I did bring it home at dinner. About 3 of them, in fact.
Only because you bribed someone in comms to let you call in an artillery strike against them.
Bullivin said, outraged.
Then after the batteries had been pounding that patch of jungle for an hour straight, you got a search party together and brought back the remains of all the tyrannosaurs that had been killed by the shell fire. That doesn't count, Devere.
Of course it counts. What, you think I would have dug a pit trap like some idiot death worlder and waited for one of the big dumb beasts to wander by and fall into it? I keep telling you, Bullivin, you should have been more specific about the conditions of the bet. You didn't say anything about us not being able to use artillery. The argument continued. Devere and Bullivin squabbling comically about the details of the decade-old bet, while Scholar attempted to act as arbiter. As he listened to them, Lauren became aware of how different the 3 men's manner had become since the whistle had blown, and they had come to the dugout. Here they did not seem as gruff and intimidating. They seemed more relaxed, more at ease with themselves and their surroundings. Looking around, Lauren saw it was the same everywhere. All about him he could see Vardans talking, joking, and laughing amongst themselves, their faces animated, their gestures more free and expansive. It was almost as though here in the dugout, for the moment at least, there were no orcs, no constant threat of death, no Busharok. Here the Vardans seemed almost like the people Lauren had known back home, as though, momentarily released from the shadow of war and horror, they had reverted to their true selves. As he watched them, Lauren began to understand for the first time that each of the Vardans had once been like him. Each of them had been a green recruit. Each of them had once been a new fish, and he realized there was hope for him in that thought. If each of these men had somehow learned how to survive the brutalities and privations of this place, then so could he. He would learn, and he would survive. And then, comforted by that warm and happy thought, before he even knew it, Larn was asleep. End chapter 12.
That was an enjoyable chapter.
It was. That was a nice chapter.
I feel like things are going to be picking up here soon, though.
Oh, definitely. By the way, again, everybody, do make sure you check out Rygon. He is the one that is currently reading for us. And I apologize for not really chatting all that much, but I want to let Rygon read, and I enjoy the stories, so, you know.
We're getting actually fairly close towards the end of this. So once we're done, that'll be it. At least for this particular book.
And then you move on to the next book.
So I have no idea what I'd read next. I could always do more Warhammer 40k, or I could take an audience suggestion.
I have no idea. I just enjoy listening to you read.
Well, I'll go and I'll take a break for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll continue on to the next chapter. And if we work hard, we might just be able to finish up the entire book tonight. Then I'll be getting on to my work, and we'll just be hanging out for the evening.
According to your Kindle, you read 56 novels in 2022? Very nice, Orca.
Very nice.
Reading is very enjoyable. I mostly just listen to audiobooks nowadays, which I guess is kind of what I'm doing right now. But I enjoy books a lot. Ah, you are good to go.
Agree contract. We talk instead of fight kill, yes? How can you best serve Clan Moors?
Queek, would you just accept the Confederation?
Never.
Through cave caverns. Assassin will.
Hey there, Lexi. It's good to see you. It's going well. We're just mostly hanging out while Rygon is reading some fine stories for us all.
Yes, sir.
You being forced into needing something to do, waiting for your shift for 3 hours before... Why do you... Like, what's going on there that you have to wait 3 hours for work? I know for me with the security job, I used to listen to audiobooks on the way to and from work. And I still listen to audiobooks. I just do it before sleep.
Onward.
Ah, that's fair. That is a fair reason.
Tick, bring pain. Gracie. Grey harbinger of doom. Horned am I. Grey master.
We'll give you that.
Hmm.
I'm just going on about my game.
Voice.
Lots. I can finally upgrade Skaven Blight. Woohoo! Which means I can get rid of that building. I don't know what I'm going to build in its place, but I don't need it anymore. I don't use Skaven slaves for anything. So I'm not gonna bother getting this research. Not until the end. The Malazan Book of the Fallen? I'm not familiar with that.
Eshin, listen. Eshin here. Yes, yes.
No. I'm not gonna get into any new deals of friendship. 'Cause I'm gonna have to kill you all eventually.
Fight, die for me. Fight, kill, death frenzy.
It evolved out of a D&D campaign. Interesting. No, not my friends, Gib Gab.
They die.
At least I don't think I need to. I don't know, maybe I do need to. This might be worth investigating.
Run, run.
Also, I am ready for more when you are, Rygon. I'm just kind of filling the air.
Yeah, I'm just what do you call it? Just letting my voice rest for a moment.
Yeah. And that is A-okay. Military fantasy in a similar vein of Glenn Cook's Black Company, but dial up the magery and meddling gods to 30? Ah.
My eyes gone, but I see. I hunt without eye. Time to attack. Capture nest. Take.
Squeaky.
Exosuit for my meeting. Yeah.
No. Squeaky. Ah, there you are. Annihilate!
Joke.
А теперь давайте посмотрим, что же у нас тут. Красота-то какая. Смотрите, суповой набор.
Hello there, Linden. You're just in time. Rygon's gonna do some... Well, not really just in time, but...
What a nice surprise.
You did miss a chapter.
Yeah, you did miss a
Что это такое,
chapter.
Бадюнь?
But Rygon's gonna be reading more for us tonight.
Что? Бадюнь,
Okay, Wood Elves. I was content to let you all stay in your forests and live for a little bit longer. But if you're gonna be jackasses and come out of your woods, I'm just gonna kill you all.
Secret arts.
Okay. I'm gonna grab my dish. Alright.
Big battle. Unseen, unnatural. Paxton. Move, march.
Duke.
All these leaves, yuck, yuck.
There are no dukes. There is only spaghetti.
Above ground, no, no.
But the Duke. The Duke. The Duke. The Duke is on fire. Oh God,
Yes,
please
yes,
put
it
me
is.
out. Ah, thank you, Orca. Thank you. Sure, we'll give you that. All the level ups.
The spaghetti. Alright, one more bite and we'll get started.
Hello
All
there,
right.
Achi.
Fine, we'll continue.
All right. Well,
Okay.
again, everybody, I'll be quiet. We're going to listen to the Rygon regale us with a wonderful story.
Look. Chapter 13. 20:01 hours. Central Brucherok time. A mosaic colored in blues, greens, and reds. A dream of home. A bombardment again. Zebra's behavior is perhaps explained. Sergeant Chelkar rallies the troops. And the myth of the big push. You ordered us on alert condition red? The general roared, his voice so loud that the guardsmen and militia auxiliaries seated at their workstations around them in the situation room gave a collective jump. Have you taken leave of your senses? If you would allow me to explain, sir, Colonel Dreslin said, his expression tight as he stood facing the older man, fighting visibly to keep his own temper in check. Explain? General Pronan thundered. What is there to explain? You have grossly exceeded your authority, Colonel. I could have you court-martialed for this. I had no choice, sir, Dreslin said. We were faced with an emerging situation, and you were elsewhere. Don't try and lay the blame for this debacle at my door, Dreslin. The general's cheeks grew florid with rage. You'll only end up making matters worse for yourself, you hear me? I know very well I was away from Sector Command. I was at General Headquarters, where fortunately I was made aware of your alert order in time to quash it before all hell could let loose. You quashed it? Dreslin said, appalled. You countermanded the alert? Of course I did. Have you any idea of the fuss an order alert can cause? Troops are seconded from other sectors all across the city. Extra supplies are sent up. Reserve units are brought forward to the front. Sweet Emperor, man! Don't you know a sector has to be on the verge of being overrun before an order can go to alert condition red as warranted? Never mind the fact that by issuing an alert on your own authority, you violated the chain of command. You countermanded the alert, Dreslin said quietly, his face ashen. I can't believe it. Yes, and by doing it I likely saved you from a firing squad. The volume of the general's voice had fallen, his manner growing more composed as his anger abated. But you can thank me for that later, Dreslin. First, I want you to start giving me some answers. Answers? Dreslin was curt. Very well, General. Let me give you all the answers you could want. He turned towards a nearby guardsman seated beside a control panel covered in dials and switches. Corporal Venner, activate the PIC display and bring up the current situation map for our sectors. Let us see if we can show the General exactly why I believe we had reached alert condition status red. At the flick of a switch, the large rectangular PIC display set into one of the Situation Room's walls suddenly hummed into life, a small white dot appearing in the middle of the black screen before expanding to cover its entire surface. Then, as Corporal Venner worked another series of switches, the situation map for sectors 110 through 120 appeared on screen, a mosaic colored in blues, greens, and reds. Blue for the areas under Imperial control, green for the parts held by the orcs, red for the territories whose ownership was currently being contested. I don't understand, the general said, looking up at the PIC display in confusion. I don't remember seeing all this red on the board when I left for General Headquarters this morning. Matters have developed considerably since then, General, Dreslin said. As of 15 minutes ago, no less than 10 of the 11 sectors under your command are currently being attacked by the orcs. In each case, the pattern is the same. Mass assaults preceded by lengthy bombardment by unreal artillery, as well as coordinated attacks on vital facilities by Gretchen suicide bombers and orc troops. Currently, it's unclear how many of these assaults are the real thing, and how many are intended only as diversions to put pressure on our resources. Diversions? Lengthy bombardments? Coordinated attacks? The general's expression was incredulous. Have you lost your mind, man? You're talking as though the enemy were working to some kind of coherent plan of attack. For the Emperor's sake, these are orcs we're talking about. They don't have the brains or organizational ability to put anything like that in motion. Be that as it may, sir, it appears that is precisely what they are doing. So far, we are holding on by our fingernails, but if you want to see just how bad things here could get, take a look at Sector 113. 113? The General said. What are you talking about, Dreslin? The situation map says Sector 113 is blue. Yes, sir. What is more, it is the only sector that is yet to be attacked. And I ask you, leaving aside for the moment the fact that our enemies are orcs, what does that suggest to you? You don't mean... The General blustered. But that is impossible, Colonel. Ordinarily, I would agree, sir. But there seems to be a pattern here. And given that pattern, we have to ask why the orcs launch a major offensive against every sector to the side of it and leave Sector 113 unmolested. Unless what we are seeing on the situation map are only the opening moves of a larger assault intended to tie up our forces and allow the orcs a clear run at their real target. Imagine it, General. If the orcs were to launch a full-scale assault on Sector 113 now, there would be precious little we could do to stop them from achieving a sector-wide breakthrough. But if that happened, our forces in the other sectors would have to retreat or risk being cut off. It could turn into a rout. No, it is just not possible, Dreslin. They are orcs, savages. They're not clever enough to have... For a moment, turning to gaze intently at the pick displayed before him, the General fell quiet. Watching the old man's troubled face as he silently wrestled with all he had heard, Colonel Dreslin felt a sudden sympathy for him. General Pronin was an old-school soldier, thoroughly indoctrinated by his 40 years in the Guard in the belief that all aliens were little better than animals. The idea he might have been outmaneuvered by them, and by orcs for that matter, would be hard for him to swallow, but it was a matter of evidence. Slowly, Dreslin saw a grim look of resolve come over the General's face. He had made his decision. All right, then, the General said at last. Let us assume for the sake of your argument your theory is correct. Can we reinforce Sector 113? No, sir. As I say, all our forces are tied up fighting off the orcs in other sectors. What about our forces already inside Sector 113? Who do we have stationed there? Company Alpha, the 902nd Vardan Rifles, commanded by Sergeant Eugene Chelkar. A single company? The General's voice was a dry whisper. Commanded by a sergeant? That's all we have? By Holy Throne. If you are right and the attack comes... Yes, sir, Colonel Dreslin said. If that happens, then 200-something guardsmen are all that stands between us and this entire map going green. He dreamed of home. He dreamed of spring. He dreamed of the earth of the fields wet and rich, as the seeds were planted. He dreamed of summer, the sky blue and endless overhead as rows of golden wheat grew right below it. He dreamed of autumn, the same sky now thick with lazy smoke from the burning of the stubble after the harvesting was done. He dreamed of winter, the fields dizzyingly empty, the ground hard with frost. He dreamed. His dreams a jumbled montage of people, places, memories, recollections. He dreamed of home. He dreamed of the days of his youth, of the change of the seasons, of happiness, peace, and contentment. And then he awoke to hell once more. Starting awake at the sound of an explosion overhead, for an instant Larn had no idea where he was. Gazing blearily about him in confusion, he recognized the dugout, and realized he must have fallen asleep on one of the bunks while the others were talking. Then he heard another explosion, much louder than the first, and looked up to see a thin trickle of soil fall downwards through the gap between two of the wooden planks that made up the dugout's inner ceiling.
That was a close one.
You heard Bullivant's voice say calmly.
I wouldn't like to be above ground in the middle of this one.
Becoming fully awake, Larn realized he had inadvertently fallen asleep on top of his mess tin. Wiping away a chunk of congealed gruel that had stuck to his uniform, he turned to see the Vardans were still gathered nearby. Bullivant sat in one bunk rubbing dubbing into his boots. Scholar sat in another reading his book, while, incredibly, despite the now continuous war of explosions overhead, the Veer lay in another bunk, sound asleep.
Ah, so you are awake, new fish.
Bullivant said, gesturing up with his thumb towards the ceiling at the sound of more explosions overhead.
I can't say I'm surprised. They're making enough noise up there to wake the dead.
They are shelling us again? Larn asked. Our own side, you mean?
Oh no, new fish.
Bullivant said.
It is the orcs this time. If you listen closely, you can hear the difference. Orc shells have a duller sound to them when they explode. Still, you needn't worry. These dugouts are built to last. We shall be quite safe so long as we're in here.
Unless, of course, I shall scores a direct hit on the dugout ventilation chimney. Scholar raised his eyes from his book. Even if the shell doesn't break through it, the chimney is still likely to funnel the explosion down here.
True.
Bullivant said.
But that hardly ever happens, new fish. You needn't worry about that. Anyway, this bombardment won't last long. The orcs have no staying power when it comes to these things, you see. Chances are, whatever orcs in charge of the big guns have become overexcited for some reason, and has decided to let off a few rounds of celebration. Trust me, new fish. In 10 minutes' time or so, it will all be over.
How long has it been now? Larn asked, listening to the muffled thud and whump of shells striking the ground above the dugout.
About an hour, I'd say.
Bullivant shrugged, now busy cleaning the trigger mechanism of his heavy flamer.
Maybe 3/4. Looks like the orcs must be very excited. Still, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Don't let it ruin your barracks' time, new fish. They are bound to get tired of shelling us sooner or later.
Finding himself far from reassured, Larn looked upward to see another trickle of soil falling from the gaps between the wooden planks of the ceiling. Remembering a dream of tattered crones standing around his grave as shovelfuls of earth hit his face, Larn felt an involuntary shiver run through him. Those explosions sound close, he thought. What if one of the shells hits the dugout entrance and we are trapped down here? Would anyone on the surface be able to dig us out? Would they even try? Sweet Emperor, it might be better if what Scar talked about had happened instead and a shell hit the ventilation chimney. At least then it would be quick. You'd be dead before you knew it. Not buried alive in this tomb of a dugout, waiting for your air to run out or to slowly die of thirst and starvation. Abruptly, realizing his nerves were beginning to shred at the constant sound of explosions and the thought of what those explosions might cause, Larn began to scan the interior of the dugout in search of something, anything, to take his mind from what was going on above them. Around him, the dugout had become crowded with men who had taken refuge from the shelling. Among them he saw Sergeant Chelker, Medical Officer Svenk, and some of the men from Red 6 Fire Team. While the din of explosions continued overhead, here life inside the dugout seemed to be proceeding just as it had before the shelling started. You saw Vardans eating, talking, laughing, drinking recaf, some of them even trying to sleep like Devere. Then, Larn noticed Zebers was still sitting alone against one of the dugout walls, idly tossing a knife around in his hand to catch first the blade, then the hilt. Watching Zebers playing with his knife, Larn felt a sudden urge to have the answer to a question that had been gnawing at him ever since he had first met the man. Bullivant? He asked. Before, remember when you told me that I shouldn't worry too much of the things Devere said? That it was just his way?
Of course I remember Newfish.
Bullivant said.
Why do you bring it up?
Well, I was wondering about zebras. Abruptly, Larn paused, uncertain how best to broach the subject.
Zebras, Newfish. What about them?
I think he has noticed that Zebras has been showing... Oh. I think he has noticed that Zebras has been showing a certain hostility towards him, Bullivant, Scholar said, raising his eyes from his book once more to look at Larn. I am right. Yes, Newfish. That is what you are about to ask.
Ah, I see,
said Bullivant.
Well, there is no great secret there, Newfish. Zebra just gets nervous whenever there's any more than 4 men in our fire team.
Nervous? Asked Larn. Why?
It was a matter of superstition with...
Oh. It is a matter of superstition with him, Scholar said. Apparently, on Zebra's homeworld, the number 4 is considered lucky. Then, when he came to Bushrok and joined us there are only 3 men left in our fire team, Bullivant, Davi, and myself. Hence, Zebras is the 4th man. Lucky number 4 to his mind, and he has convinced himself that is how he survived his first 15 hours, not to mention how he has survived ever since. So, you see, whenever they send us a new replacement, and there are 5 men in the fire team, he tends to believe his luck has become endangered somehow. You remember before, I said every man here has his own theory as to how he survived where so many others have died. Zebra's beliefs are but another example of the same thing.
You see, Newfish, no great mystery,
Bullivant said, before abruptly turning his head to look over at another part of the dugout.
Looks like something is brewing.
From the direction of Bullivant's gaze, Larn saw Sergeant Chelkar standing deep in conversation with Corporal Vladik by the quartermaster's table in the corner of the barracks. Then, while Sergeant Chelkar walked away to talk to someone else, Vladik turned open a wooden crate beside him, and one by one began to carefully pull out a number of heavy demolition charges, and stack them on the table before him. As he did, Larn noticed that Bullivant's face had grown suddenly uneasy, as though the big man had seen something in Vladik's actions to worry him. "What is it, Bullivant?" he asked. "What have you seen?"
A bad sign, Newfish,
Bullivant said.
Between me and you, a very bad sign indeed.
Just gouge.
"We are at alert condition red," Chelgar said, his face grave as he addressed the guardsmen standing before him while overhead the sound of explosions continued. "Sector Command says we can expect an assault. A big one. Probably timed to begin the moment this bombardment ends. Looks like the orcs are going to hit us hard this time. Leastways harder than any of the other attacks we've had to deal with today." A few minutes passed, and in the wake of his conversation with the quartermaster, Sergeant Chelkar had ordered the men in Barracks Dugout 1 to arm themselves and assemble around the iron stove for an impromptu briefing. Scholar, Bullivant, Davir, Zebers, the other fire teams, even Vladik and the one-armed cook, Skench, stood in their battle gear listening intently to Chelkar's words, their expressions every bit as grave and serious as their sergeant's. Looking about him, Lawrence saw that the easy and relaxed manner in which these men had enjoyed their time in the barracks were gone now. They were soldiers once more. Guardsmen. They were ready for war. "I won't lie to you," Chelkar said. "Things look grim. Every other sector in the area is under heavy assault, and all reserve units are tied to Beltware, which means no, there is no potential for reinforcements, at least not for several hours. Worse, Battery Command is already tasked to the limit, so we can't expect artillery support either. We still have our own mortars, of course, and our fire support teams, but other than that, we're on our own." Now for the good news. Sector Command has made it clear that if we lose here, there is the danger of a major orc breakthrough into the city. Accordingly, they have ordered that we are to hold the sector at all costs. Stand or die, they say. No matter how many orcs come at us or how hard they hit us, we are to hold on until we are reinforced. The orc assault fails, or the Emperor descends to fight alongside us. Whichever one of those comes first. We hold the line. I don't care if hell itself comes calling, we hold the line no matter what. Not that we have much choice here anyway, you understand? You all know what happens when we retreat. The commissars don't even bother with a court-martial anymore. It's just a bullet in the back of the head and a place on the corpse pyres. This is Brusharok. Between the orcs and our own commanders, there's just nowhere else left for us to go. As for our plan of defense, I've ordered Vladek to distribute 4 extra frag grenades to each man and 1 demolition charge per fire team. Once the assault begins, we will hold the forward firing trenches for as long as possible, only retreating to the dugout emplacements when the situation there becomes untenable. Then once we're in the dugout emplacements, we will make a stand. That's as far as we go. After that, it's hold the line or die. Are there any questions? No one spoke. Silently, the guardsmen stood gazing back at their sergeant with resolve and determination etched into every line of their faces. For better or worse, they were ready. All right, then, said Shelkar. We've been in this situation often enough before to make saying anything else irrelevant. You all know what is ahead of us. I will say only this. Good luck to every one of you. And fate's willing, let us all see each other again when the battle is over. Maybe it is the big push. Larn heard. Oh. Maybe it's the big push. Larn heard one of the Vardan say as he hung the extra grenades Vladek had given him on his belt, and went to join the other members of Fire Team 3. Emperor knows it was bound to happen sometime. It can't be, said another man nearby. General Headquarters would have told us. Pah! You are fooling yourself, a third man said. The damn generals refuse to even admit the big push exists. When it finally does come, they'll be caught by as much surprise as the rest of us. The big push. By then, Larn had heard the phrase used several times already, whispered amongst themselves by grim-faced guardsmen as they stood in the dugout, making final adjustments to their weapons and equipment as the bombardment continued above them. Each time he heard it, Larn found something in the tone of the way they said the phrase that made him uneasy. It was a tone, he realized, of nervousness and quiet anxiety. The tone of fear, he thought with a sudden shudder. Bullivant? He asked the big man beside him. What is the big push? For a moment, the Vardan was silent. His usually affable manner replaced by the bleak and brooding expression of a parent who realizes he can no longer protect his child from the dark realities of the world.
It is a bad thing, new fish,
Bullivant said.
A story you could call it, I suppose, or a myth. You know when the preachers talk in church of the Last Judgment? When the Emperor will finally step forward from his throne once more and judge humanity for its sins? The big push is like that.
It is something in the manner of a folktale, the scholar said, standing next to him. The big push is the mythic apocalypse that every guardsman in the city dreads. Day of Judgment, as Bullivant puts it, when the orcs will at last mount their long-expected final assault, and the city of Brusharok will fall. It is a nightmare, new fish, the one thing that the defenders of the city fear more than anything else. And, as such, I am not surprised you heard it mentioned. For the orcs to launch so many assaults across different sectors at once and coordinate them with artillery bombardment is highly unusual. So unusual, in fact, that it is easy to see it in the portent of something larger. The big push is bullshit, new fish, Devere said. A story that the mothers of the city scare their children to sleep with, nothing more. Put it from your mind. At that, they became silent, and looking at the faces of his companions, Lawrence saw the same thing there that had been hidden in the whispers of the men he had heard discussing the big push to begin with. He saw fear, and he was not reassured. End chapter 13.
It's coming.
It is coming. Makes you wonder what the dust is going to be settled with once it's all said and done.
Yeah. I think I messed up this battle really bad.
Why do you say that?
Oh. I decided not to actually go a good route on this, and yeah, I've lost this.
Restart time? Are you going to commit?
I feel like I could have done better.
Okay.
But then again, they have some abilities that I was not counting on, so we're just not going to fight that. Yeah, guys, it is. Rygon is so good at reading.
Hey.
At doing this. I enjoy it. I definitely do not want to lose this army. But I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to get them out of there.
Things may have grown stronger.
No, Orca, they were definitely not very healthy there. And I kind of made the mistake of pulling the Lord from the army, the normal Lord, so yeah. Add on to that the fact that for some reason I'm ambushing them when they're at the top of a hill. I've never seen an ambush map like that. I don't know how we could have ambushed them when they are on top of a hill and have full view of the area around, but
Your rats you dug up from beneath them.
I guess so. If I could actually dig up from beneath them, then that battle would have gone much better. We're just going to decline the attack.
Marten assassin. Will not, cannot.
I think I'm going to have to suck it up and just combine some of these troops. Merge them together.
Assassin.
Gonna suck losing those forces. Hi.
In shadow. Master, Lord of Shadows. Shadow, yes.
Oh, after combining them, we'll pull off a heroic victory. With only one unit lost. I can
Hey.
survive with it. I can live with that. We're actually going to eat captives this time.
Best rat king killer. Ready to scuttle, scuttle.
Why can I not move you?
Will be careful, quiet.
I also think the game is weirdly bugged right now. Like, it won't let me actually move the army for some reason.
Did you run out of energy?
No, it's still got plenty of movement left. Just won't let me move it unless somebody used an action. I guess there is that possibility.
Stop. Yes, yes.
Alright, head up there.
What a scurry move.
Can you take them out now? Eh,
Retreat, hide.
we're not going to do a siege there.
Must
They are too wounded.
won't see me. Must wait. Yet. The doom is coming. To land.
Set sail through the sea lane to the other side of the world. I did make that army originally just to be defense for my territory over here. But then I'm like, you know, why set up defenses if I can just, you know, the best defense is a good offense, right?
Yeah, sure.
Just send all of my troops across the ocean and go establish fortifications over there, instead of letting one of them come to me. Or even have the chance of coming to me.
Enemies dead, slain. Rejoice. Success, victory. Ratchet always best. Where schematics.
All right. We'll give you more armor.
Lord Skrulk.
That.
Gracie.
Yeah, I'm just about ready for the next one.
Okay.
The council's voice. Gracie. Marten assassin.
I did realize a problem with this army over here.
Strip with blood.
They have no spellcasters. So, definitely something to fix.
Alrighty, you ready?
I am ready.
Alrighty. Chapter 14. 21:15 hours, Central Busharok time. Bookkeeping and the tragedy of war. Matters of tactics while waiting for an eternity to pass. Preparations and preludes in the trenches. Holding the line. Shot in the head and saved by DeVere. Last stand in the dugouts. The sound of salvation.
Bring pain.
For Captain Arnold Yaub, it had been a long and tiring day. A day spent like every other day of the last 10 years in a cramped, windowless office in the lower levels of the General Headquarters building in the center of Busharok, ceaselessly compiling the twice-daily Imperial Guard casualty statistics from the reports and logs of the various sector command throughout the city. Sector 111, he wrote in a neat and ordered hand on the pages of the ledger before him. 12 Coloradan Rifle Corps, commanding officer Colonel Wayland Allman. Previous strength 638 men. Total casualties in last 12-hour period 35 men. Current adjusted strength 603 men. Percentage loss 5.49%. Sector 112, he continued, carefully allowing the ink time to dry so as not to risk smudging the previous entry. 35th Zuvinian Lightfoot, commanding officer Captain Yaroslav Decimal, deceased. Previous strength 499 men. Total casualties in the last 12-hour period 43 men. Adjusted strength 456 men. Percentage loss 8.62%.
Why, yeah.
Sector 113, 902nd Vardan Rifles, commanding officer Sergeant Eugene Chelkar, temporary appointment. Previous strength 244 men. Total casualties in the last 12-hour period 247 men. Current adjusted strength -3. Percentage loss 101.23%. Abruptly, gazing down at the entry he had just written, Yaw became aware that there seemed to be some problem with his figures. 101.23%? Now that can't be right, he thought. How can a unit have lost more than 100% of its original strength and be reduced to a current adjusted strength of -3? That's an impossibility. How can you have -3 men? Pursing his lips in annoyance, Captain Yob rechecked the figures in the Sector Command Beta casualty log. There, in black and white, the same statistic was confirmed. Out of a total strength of 244 men, the 902nd Vardan had somehow conspired to lose no less than 247 of their number in their last 12 hours. Then, just as deep in his pen-pusher's soul as he began to fear he had made an error that would see him reprimanded, or worse, posted to the front lines, Yob noticed a sheet of paper clipped to the back of the log and realized he had perhaps found the source of his mistake. It was a supplementary report, recording that a lander had crash-landed in Sector 113 at around midday and deposited an additional 235 guardsmen into the sector. Ah, now that would account for the discrepancy, Yob thought, making a quick series of mental calculations. An extra 235 men would put the total strength of the sector at 479. Then the loss of 247 men would leave us with a current adjusted strength of 232, constituting a percentage loss of 51.57. All in all, a much more acceptable figure. Happy again, Captain Yob adjusted his ledger in line with his new calculations, only to find himself aggravated once more as he noticed the unsightly, messy alterations he made to the clean, well-ordered columns of his figures. Sighing, as he returned to compiling his statistics, Yob tried to take comfort from the thought that it could not be helped. It was a tragedy of his life that certain amount of unsightliness was to be expected. War, after all, could be a messy business.
Yes. What?
Switch your combi to our command net on frequency 5.
Bullivin told Lark through the roar of shellfire shaking the ground above them.
You will know we are about to go when the shelling stops. Then when we get the order, we'll run back to our firing trench. No crouching or trying to stay in cover this time, new fish. You just sprint there as fast as you can. We have to be back in the trench and ready to shoot before the orcs reach the kill zone at the 300-meter mark.
They were standing with the rest of the Vardans next to the steps, leading from the dugout up to the surface. As his fingers fiddled to change the frequency of the comm beat in his ear, Larn's mind turned to a lesson he had learned in his last battle. This is the worst time, he thought, while you are waiting for the attack to start, before the battle even begins. Once the fighting is underway, you are still afraid, but it is having time to think about what is coming that makes the fear worse. And the orcs would seem to know it. They are giving us plenty of time to dwell on our fears. Right now, it feels like waiting for an eternity to pass.
All right, new fish,
Bullivin said.
Now, I've told you everything you need to know about what we're going to do after that. I want you to tell it back to me now, so I can assure you have understood it.
Can he see that I am afraid? Larn thought. Is that it? Is he trying to keep me busy and take my mind off the fact we could all be dead in a matter of minutes? And Bullivin can see it. What about the rest of them? Are they all standing there, watching me, wondering if I'm going to turn and run? Do they think I am a coward?
Our tactics, new fish.
Bullivin prodded.
What are they?
Well, once we reach the firing trench, we will hold it as long as we can, Larn said, silently praying to the Emperor. His voice did not sound like a frightened, as nervous as he had expected. Then, if it looks like we are going to be overrun, Scholar will select the demolition charge to buy us enough time to fall back. You'll be carrying the flamer. I will be carrying a spare fuel canister for you. The Vera and Zebras will give us covering fire with their las guns.
And if any of us are dead by then,
Bullivin asked.
or too badly wounded to move on their own, what then, new fish?
Then the three most important things are the demolition charge, the flamer, and the spare fuel canister in that order. Other than that, we will help the wounded if we can. If not, we will leave them behind.
Remember that one, new fish. It is important. Now, where will we fall back to?
To the sandbag emplacement above this dugout, Larn said, repeating everything Bullivin had drilled into them while they waited for the shelling to stop. After that, it is like Sergeant Shelkar was saying, we do not fall back any further. Once we are at the emplacements, we stand or die. Very good, new fish, Devere said sarcastically from the side of them. It sounds like you have got it. Abruptly, the shellfire stopped. The brief silence that followed had felt strange and eerie after so long a bombardment. Go, go, go! Sergeant Shelkar yelled as beside him Vladik threw open the door to the dugout, and the assembled Vardans ran pell-mell into the steps above the surface. Get to your trenches! Before he even knew it, Larn was above ground, emerging blinking into the cold gray light of the sun outside to turn and sprint towards the firing trench with Bullivin and the others beside him as the rest of the Vardans spread out to run to their own positions. Then, with barely a few meters gone, he heard Corporal Grishin's voice in his ear through his comm bead. Shit. I'm trying to remember which one was Grishin. Our Sphinx reports activity in the enemy lines, Grishin said, frantic through a squall of static. The orcs are moving. Larn could already see them. On the other side of no man's land, a horde of orcs had risen up and were now charging screaming towards them. For a moment, Larn Larn heard a still small voice in his head questioning what he was doing. Running towards the orc with every fibre of his being told him he should be running away from them as fast as his legs could take them, but he ignored it. Ignored it and ran instead towards the trench to take his place with the other members of the fire team as they made ready to repel the assault. 500 meters, Scholar said, already squinting at the oncoming orcs through a targeter by the time Larn threw himself into the trench and took his place on the firing step beside Bullivin.
Remember, new fish,
Bullivin said.
when you hear the order to fall back, you grab a spare fuel canister and stay close to me.
Yes, new fish, Devere said from across him. And while you're at it, don't go losing your last gun again. I will let you get into a secret. Your helmet is for protecting your head, not hitting of Gretchen. Now get ready, puppy. Time to show the orcs your claws. 400 meters, Scholar said. Remembering this time to click off the safety catch, Larn hurriedly ran through his pre-battle ritual, silently reciting the litany of the lasgun in his mind before adding a quick prayer to the Emperor for good measure. Beside him he saw Devere, Scholar, and Zebers sighting in on the orcs, while to the side of them Bullivin checked the pump pressure on his flamer. Then from behind him he heard the sound of mortars being fired and knew the battle was about to begin in earnest. 300 meters, Scholar yelled. On my mark, fire! Last beams, mortars, autocannon rounds, frag missiles. From all across the line, the Vardans opened up with everything they had. All the while, as Devere, Scholar, and Zebers fired the lasguns from the side of him, Larn fired with them, remembering to aim high for the orcs as Rebzig had once told him. And through it all, the orcs kept coming. There are more of them this time, Larn thought. 10 times more, at least, than when I was in the trench with Rebzig, sweet Emperor, and we barely managed to hold out then. 120 meters, Scholar said. The orcs, having seemed to cover the intervening distance between them with impossible swiftness. Change magazines and switch to rapid fire. The orcs came closer. Some of them were already gruesomely wounded by the Vardans' remorseless hail of fire. All of them were red-eyed and eager in an apparently endless barbaric tide. Feater, 50 meters. Scholar's voice counted down calmly. 40 meters. 30. Any time now would be good, fat man, Devere said to Bullivin. Are you actually going to use that damn flamer, or just wait till the orcs get close enough for you to try and fart them to death instead? In response, Bullivin lifted the nozzle of the flamer, extending himself to his full height to point the barrel over the trench parapet, and unleash an expanding cone of yellow-black fire towards the closest enemy group. Screaming, the orcs disappeared in a burning, agonized haze, while Bullivin sprayed bright fire at their comrades around them. Soon, all Larn could see directly ahead of him was a rising curtain of flame, while the air grew thick with smoke. and the sickly odor of burning Xenos flesh. Shoot to the sides, Doofish! Devere yelled. Bullivin can deal with the orcs ahead of us. It's our job to stop the others flanking around them. Following Devere's lead, Lauren began to shoot at the orcs charging towards them from the right of the curtain of fire created by the flamer, while Scholar and Zebra shot at those on the left. For an instant, seeing the carnage inflicted on the orcs, Lauren thought he could see the beginnings of the greenskins' charge starting to falter. We are winning, he thought, exultant. We have beaten them. There is no way for the orcs to get past the flamer. And then, abruptly, the tongue of fire jetting from the flamer spluttered and died.
Canister's empty.
Bullivin said, hands already at the fuel line.
Reloading.
Grenades! Devere yelled, his own hands at the grenades on his belt. While Bullivin transferred the fuel line from one canister to another, the other threw 2 grenades each toward the orcs. By the time the last of the grenades had exploded, the line was attached, and Bullivin's flamer was once more spewing fire. More orcs died, but it seemed to make no difference, as though they had been given fresh impetus by the brief cessation of the flamer's attentions. The horde of orcs crashed relentlessly nearer. Some enveloped from head to toe in flamer, and yet still they kept coming. 30 meters became 25. 25 became 20. 20. Fall back! Devere yelled. The bastards are right on top of us, Scholar. Arm the demolition charge. The rest of you fall back. The retreat began. Scrambling over the rear trench wall with his lasgun slung across his shoulder and dragging the heavy weight of a spare flamer canister behind him, Lauren began to run for the dugout emplacement while Scholar threw the demolition charge at the advancing orcs. Faster, new fish! Scholar ran past Lauren, his long legs eating up the distance. It's only a 4-second delay! Suddenly, Lauren heard a tremendous explosion behind him as clods of earth flew past his head. For a moment, caught in the furthest edge of the blast, he stumbled and almost fell forward, only to be saved by the weight of the canister served as an accidental counterweight behind him. Then, as he tried to heft the canister onto his shoulder and pick up the pace, he felt a painful blow at the back of his head, the jarring force of it sending him spinning towards the ground. Lying in the frozen mud, Lauren felt a warm wetness spreading across his scalp. Putting his hand to his head, when he brought it away, he saw red blood staining his fingers. He saw his helmet lying upside down on the ground before him, a large dent left in its side by whatever unknown missile had knocked it from his head. Incongruously, as he rose shakily to his feet, he wondered what would have happened to him if he had fastened his helmet strap instead of leaving it loose. But the guttural bellow of an alien war cry behind him put the thought abruptly from his mind. Whirling to look, Lawrence saw an orc charging towards him with an enormous pistol in one hand and a broad-bladed cleaver in the other. The creature was huge, its body inhumanly and disproportionately muscled. Lawrence saw a jutting jaw, yellow, sickle-shaped tusks, a line of 3 severed human heads hanging from like grotesque specters from a trophy harness above the monster's shoulders. He heard a bullet scream past him as the pistol fired. As though of its own volition, his lasgun responded, the first blast flying wide over the orc's shoulder to hit one of the trophies. Steadying himself, Lauren fired again, hitting his enemy in the chest. Unfazed, the orc did not miss a step. Lauren shot at it again. Firing off a rapid series of blasts that hit the creature in the neck, the soldier, the chest again, then the face, until finally, just as Lauren began to fear coming within reach of its jagged blade, the orc gave a last enraged bellow, collapsed, and died. Though whatever brief sense of elation Lauren felt at his victory quickly evaporated as he saw more greenskins come charging towards him in the dead orc's wake. Get a move on, new fish! He heard a voice yell behind him as a hand grabbed his shoulder. Damnation, are you trying to take on the whole damn orc mob on your own? It was Devere. Firing his lasgun one-handed towards the approaching orcs, Devere began to tug Lauren in the direction of the dugouts. Realizing he had dropped the flame canister when he had fallen, his head still groggy from the blow. For a moment, Lauren tried to resist as his eyes scanned around in search of the canister. It is too late for that, new fish, Devere shouted, pulling hard now at his shoulder. Leave it! I need that canister right where it is. Giving in, Lauren turned to flee with Devere at his side, catching a last sight of the fallen canister lost along the legs of the screaming phalanx of oncoming orcs. Then, turning briefly back as they ran towards the emplacements, Devere fired a snapshot toward it. The las beam ruptured the canister's body, and it exploded in a plume of orange flame, incinerating the orcs around it and buying him and Lauren enough time to reach their destination. You see there, new fish? Devere said, and the outstretched hands of eager guardsmen helped them to safety. I told you, I wanted that canister right where it was. Oh, and I saw you feeling at your head earlier. You needn't worry in that regard. It is still attached, though for all that you seem to use it, I might as well have left it with the orcs. You came back for me, Lauren said incredulously. Even after what Bullivant said about leaving the wounded, you came back and saved me. I would get too starry-eyed about it, new fish, Devere said. What I really wanted to save was the flamer canister. If it's just got ahead of me is all. Now shut up and start shooting. You have killed one orc, only another 20 or so thousand to go. They were out of grenades. They had used the last of the flamer fuel. The autocannons, missile launchers, and las cannons had fallen silent. Even the last packs were running short. And still, no matter how many screaming greenskins died, the orc assault refused to falter. Standing on the firing step along one wall of the emplacement, the barrel of his lasgun so hot in his hand that it now burnt his fingers, Lauren fired a las beam into the face of an orc as it tried to climb over the bodies of the dead towards him. Then another. Then another. Firing without thought or pause, barely even needing to aim, so thick was the press of alien bodies charging towards him in wave after screaming wave. They were surrounded now, cut off from the other emplacements by vast throngs of orcs, each emplacement a besieged and lonely outcrop amid an endless churning sea of savage green flesh. From the corners of his eyes, Lauren caught the glimpses of the others around him. He saw Bullivant, a lasgun in his hands taken from another fallen guardsman. He saw Devere, Scholar, Zebers. He saw Chelkar, his expression cool and detached, working the slide of his shotgun to send round after round into the enemy. He saw Vladik, Medical Officer Svenk, the cook, Trooper Sketch, a lap pistol blazing in his one remaining hand as he stood beside the others. He saw their faces, Scholar drawn yet steadfast, Bullivant dutiful, Zebers nervous, Devere spitting obscene and angry oaths at the advancing orcs. He saw steely determination and a refusal to go easily to death. As he saw it, Lauren felt a fleeting shame that he had doubted these men when he had first met them. Whatever their manner, they were all what a guardsman should be. Brave, resolute, unbending in the face of the enemy. These were the men on which the Imperium had been built. The men who had fought its every battle, won its every victory. Today, they were hopelessly outnumbered. Today, it was their final stand. I'm out! Devere yelled, pulling the last expended power pack from his lasgun and flinging it towards the orcs as his other hand went for the lap pistol on his hip. All about him it was the same for the others. Around him, Lawrence saw the Vardans draw pistols or fix bayonets, while he wondered how many shots he had left in his own power pack. 5, 10, 15. Then, just as he rejected the idea of saving the last shot for himself, the question was answered. As he pulled the trigger and heard a final despairing whine from his las gun as it died. This is it, he thought, his hands moving with nightmare slowness to attach his bayonet to the las gun as an orc raised a blood-stained cleaver and charged towards him. Merciful Emperor, please. It is so unfair. I can't die here. You have to save me. Abruptly, as though halted in his tracks by a silent prayer, the orc stopped and raised a bestial face to look up towards the sky. For an instant, Larn was left dumbstruck. Then he heard a sound and suddenly knew what had given the orc pause. As from the sky above them there came a cacophony of shrill and strident screams, which at that moment sounded to Larn every bit as sweet as the voices of a choir of angels. Shellfire, he thought, recognizing the sound. Hullbreakers! They are giving us artillery support at last. We are saved.
Into the dugout, new fish.
He heard Bullivan's voice beside him.
Quickly, we have to get to cover.
Racing to the entrance of the dugout with the Vardans, Lawrence stumbled down the steps to safety just as the ground began to shake with explosions. Breathing heavily and bolting the door behind them to prevent the orcs from following, they stood there for long moments of silence, listening as shells shrieked and roared and boomed above them. It makes a refreshing change, don't you think, new fish? Devere said, after a while as the bombardment continued. For our own side to be shooting at the orcs, rather than us, I mean. Now, assuming Battery Command keeps this up long enough, I would say that is the last we will see of this particular orc assault. He was right. Hearing the shelling finally end after several minutes, the Vardans cautiously emerged from the dugout with Larn beside them to be greeted by the sight of a battlefield now left deserted, save for the mounds of the sundered bodies of the dead. The orcs had fled. The battle was over. Looking out at the scene of carnage and devastation before him, Larn felt a sudden dizzying sense of joyful exhilaration. Against all expectation, he was still alive. End chapter 14.
Woohoo! I kind of expected him to survive, but still, woohoo! It'd be, I mean, I know that the Warhammer universe is supposed to be super grim and dark and depressing, but at the same time, it wouldn't make for a very good story if the main character died.
I would agree.
Yes, the new fish did it, Jits. Hey there, Ryusho. Thank you for the lurk.
3 chapters left. I think we can probably get through the rest of them tonight.
Woohoo!
Yep, we only have 11 pages to go.
Joke.
Only 11 pages and 3 chapters?
Mhm.
Or 4 or 3 chapters?
Yep, I'm doing pretty short chapters.
Fair enough.
So, I'd say we could probably have one more small break, and then I can do a marathon reading of just getting through the last 3 chapters.
Fair enough. It's Warhammer killing off a main character can happen. Oh, it's Warhammer killing off a main character can happen. I'm aware of that, but I still wouldn't anticipate it. Oh, no worries, Ryusho. I should probably tag the, you know, these videos somehow. And now to upgrade Skaven Blight itself.
But why?
Why not?
Because it's ugly.
But it's Skaven Blight. Do I even have anything else I want to build here? Well, I guess I can replace the scrap heap with this, but I might as well keep the Taskmaster's platform. I got no reason not to. Oh, here are some of the buffs that I've been looking for. I need to get those going.
Yes.
You mean a very good voice actor like Rygon? And
What's up?
Tsunami, I don't really know. I never really played Claw that much before. Jits was saying that they wish more of the Cyphus Kane books, at least I think that's how that's pronounced, had
Yeah, it's
audiobook
like-
versions.
Right? And I think his name is pronounced like Caiaphas Kane, but don't quote me on that.
Well, however it's pronounced, I was saying, you know, a good voice actor like Rygon.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing one of those books. Although, from what I understand, those particular books do get a little repetitive after a while. There's
Oh,
not much in the way of character development with Caiaphas Kane.
ah.
But that's kind of like the same thing with, like, say, Sherlock Holmes. Is the character is so foundational as they are that to try and evolve them would be seen almost like blasphemy to the character. Because, like, oh, it's Caiaphas Kane. He does this and this and this, and if he does anything else, and he's not Caiaphas Kane.
Oh, one of those situations.
Blades in
Yeah.
shadow dark. Fools.
Oh, crap. Alright, let's retreat from this fight. They'll probably... Yep, there they are. But this one, I can win.
You will fight. You die. Call us sent into Under Empire.
Ah, I cannot save those units. That sucks. What if I swapped around? Maybe that goes here. And this could go here. Nope, still gonna lose that unit.
Kill for me, rat.
Oh well.
More slaves. Good.
Turns out the Wood Elves do not like it when you intrude on their territory.
You'd be correct. They are a territorial faction.
Ah, Dart is available again.
It's in play. I hunt without eyes. Move! None shall stand before pest.
Oh, we'd lose so many units. We're not gonna do the attack yet. Hopefully they'll be able to last for the next turn.
Blessed filth. Track scamper.
I had Grimgore come in and start laying siege to one of my territories, or one of my settlements, and I didn't realize it. Alright, Ikit, we're gonna send you back up this way. This is gonna be a long journey.
Scotty spawn fools. Agreed. Now.
Can I wipe that out? Yes, I can. And with no losses.
Council demands. Collect precious things for Mimi.
The King's Glade has fallen.
Ring bell. Listen to me.
We'll recruit that. No worries, Ryusho. Welcome back.
Slit throat, neck.
Oh, I agree, Lyndon. Like, seriously, how do they manage to make those soups so bland? Good soup is not hard to get, Orca. But Progresso is awful.
Great warlord.
Alright, so... now that we have arrived over here at the jungles of the West, time to begin our conquest.
Scurry. Let the bell scream, scream.
Hmm. Ooh, but I could recruit from Clan Moors and get them much faster. Yes, please. What else do I want in this army?
Everything.
Everything?
Yep.
I'm not certain about everything, but I can certainly get a lot.
Master of Seers.
The thing about Progresso, though, is that their whole thing is trying to get you healthier and help you lose weight. And it's like, why does it have to taste like garbage?
All hail, horned rat.
I would love to lose some weight, but why does every healthy thing apparently need to taste like trash? I know if I had the money, I would be going with this one company for all of my meals again. There is this company that, they basically give you what are, they're equivalent to TV dinners, but it's breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 7 days a week. It's really expensive, but I actually was... they actually have doctors and nutritionists on hand that take into account your body type and actually work with you on finding something that tastes good, but is also going to help you control your hunger, make sure you get all of your nutrition, etc., etc. Problem is, it's also very expensive. I wish I could get my insurance to cover it. It's like, hey, insurance company, if you help me with this, you'll be spending less of your money on my medicals. I feel like more like insurance companies should have some sort of plan to actually help you lose weight if you need to. I mean, you're already for the most part, when it comes to insurance, you're paying an arm and a leg. I mean, to be fair, the meals, Tsunami, are, the meals are, like, they don't specifically make each meal for you. They just have a large variety of meals that they then set together with you into a meal plan, basically.
Secret arts.
Some of their stuff wasn't particularly to my tastes, but it wasn't bad. And some of it was downright delicious.
Yes, bad idea.
Like, they had, I think they were quiches?
Chieftains to me.
Of course, you know, I'm a sucker for eggs, so there's that. I'm a little biased when it comes to eggs. So I have not tried HelloFresh Tsunami, but that requires me to cook, and that's not really an option. Alright, we can go ahead and get rid of all of these. We don't really need these breeding pits anymore. Yeah, Tsunami, I don't have the means of actually cooking. Yeah, making meals as a group is definitely cheaper than individualized meals. But alas, that's not always an option. Ooh, this is really nice. I've never really been one for doing a whole lot of cooking, but I can cook. Let's see, what do I want here? Apparently nothing because I'm out of money. Okay, end turn. Start the battle.
Yes. What word?
Really? You want me to join another battle with you? Another war? Fine. Oh. This is not good. I will not let one of my armies fall. Now, why don't I have reinforcements here? And why do they have 4 fucking armies here? Oh. I don't think I can win this battle. Actually... Oh, right. They've got a wog. Yeah, but the problem here is this it right here. I knew that if I retreated, they would just go wipe out Snitch's army. Which, all of his heroes are immortal, but that's gonna be a big oof for a while.
Break them. Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly, Jits. And you only... Oh. Wait, what? So hold on. Does that mean that in 10 turns, a bunch of Skaven are going to be popping out of the ground? Ah, we got an ambush. Excellent.
This corruption. Their lives will be short. I see you.
And another ambush. I'm okay with slowly wiping out their armies one by ambushing them each turn. And now Grimgor himself. And another ambush. You may have wiped out Snitch's army, but we got revenge. Well, that went over very well. Let's send you that way. Yes, the evil sticker is very fitting right now. But yeah, apparently the game has decided that this playthrough's gone on long enough. And from the sounds of it, we're just gonna have a Vermintide. But they wouldn't dare go against Clan Eshin, would they? How is Nakai still alive? I killed you! You are supposed to be dead! God damn it. Oh, right. I know why he's still alive. Because you see, the same mod that gives me the ability to recruit fallen factions also extends to the others. No, when I wiped him out, it went over to, he then got offered to be recruited by another Lizardman faction. I don't actually have a mod list set up for this game, Orca, just because I have like 3 mods. 3 or 4. It wasn't really worth it. But I guess I could probably set one up. I'll just have to remember to do it later. And by that I, of course, mean I'll probably forget and never get around to setting it up.
Suffer. You're in Liber Bubonicus. Music bring pain. Best racking killer. Play poison shadow, yes. Ready. Racking assassin.
Give you that. That can be built up. This can be built. You okay, Rygon?
Yeah, just letting my leg rest for a second.
Okay. Just checking.
Yep, just an old football injury.
You played football?
Yeah, I was a guard.
Huh. I never would have guessed.
Yeah, I'm not a very big guy, but when I put my mind towards something, I can usually get it done. I've got a fairly strong will.
I know when I was in high school, everybody kept asking me if I play football. Because I am a very big guy, and I'm like, no, I don't.
No.
That kind of stuff never interested me.
That's fair. It didn't really interest me either, but I figured I might as well get some socialization in high school. I was homeschooled most of my life, so I had to
Oh,
make friends somewhere.
yeah. Yeah, just this wonderful thing called the internet, where all of your
Yeah,
friends exist.
not according to my parents.
Yeah,
According to either, depending on who you talk to, either you're an individual who's looking to steal my driver's license, or you're an individual who'll probably kill me just as soon as you'll see me.
gotta love that old way of thinking.
Oh yeah.
Like, I will say, that is a legitimate concern.
Oh, it is. Don't get me wrong. It's just like I would expect that at least when I was younger, that my parents would have more trust in me than that.
Yeah.
That I could tell the difference between a good and a bad individual, and I wouldn't put myself in bad situations. My mother kind of understood, but my dad he didn't quite get there. But that's okay. I'm almost 30 now. It doesn't really matter anymore.
I know for me, it was always, you'll never get anywhere with the computers. And your video games, that'll definitely never get you anywhere. Look at me now, Mom. Sure, I may be barely getting by, but I am living off of playing video games on the internet.
Many ears.
Well, good for you. Glad you were able to make a living.
Computers are a passing fad. Oh, yeah, I remember people at my grandparents' church telling me that.
From blurted.com. Oh yes.
Computer, stop. The hell?
You really should give that thing a unique name so it stops doing that.
I like saying, I like referring to it as computer, though.
Well, that's all well and good, but this is like what, the third time in 2 conversations that it's gone off on you?
It's also funny, though.
Fair enough. Hey, you're suffering, not mine.
Alright, we need some more troops for this army. Death Globe Bombardiers would definitely be good. I'd like to get some Warp Lightning Cannons, or at least one, but I'll go with a catapult. I don't want to wait 4 turns for the cannon when I can get a catapult in 2. Call it HAL 9000. Unfortunately, you're only able to set certain specific names to it. You can't go with whatever names you want.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I get it, but it's still unfortunate.
Yeah.
Science, sorcery, death.
Also, I think that the Beastmen are aware that I am coming for them. Because they tried to make friends with me. As I had already turned my troops towards them. Oh, those are weak units.
Have them then.
They'll suffice for now.
Yeah.
Attack down for the horned rat. Hunt out Warpstone.
And one of the
Voice.
wood elves has fallen.
Horned am I.
I should have upgraded these.
Good.
Oh well, too late to do so now.
Just gouge. We'll kill them all.
Ah, Tretch, you have arrived.
Me.
And there are no targets to attack in sight.
To land.
What the hell?
See, nasty salty.
Yeah, my family's never been very encouraging of my
Clan pestilence is all.
life. And yet they wonder why I moved halfway across the country.
Stone.
Gee, Mom, I wonder why.
Envoy of council. Doom decay. Rat mage.
Yeah, that'll work. We'll give you this.
My packs.
Oh, wait. I haven't fully upgraded your training skill yet? Okay. Now to go spend my huge amount of gold that I get every turn. Oh, wait. That's upgrading to level 5. Well, I no longer need that then. Actually, meh, I'll keep it. I may not need it, but I see no reason not to keep it.
Why not, right?
Yeah. Oh, hey, you can finally be upgraded. And on to the next turn. Good night, Orca. Thanks for coming by.
Yep. Next reading will start soon. Leg's starting to feel a bit better.
Taste battle, good God.
Excellent.
Find what, though?
We started this with almost 200 more factions than we have now. Many of those that used to exist are now dead by my hands.
Like snake. Lord Skrulk.
I feel like I want to deal with those guys later. Right now, I have a lot more problems to deal with. Like finishing off Grimgore. Wait,
Yeah.
Kislev is still alive?
Yeah. This was pretty tough.
Scamper forward.
I don't know. Every time I've played this, I swear they get wiped out in no time.
Carries musk far. Picket fails. Grey harbinger of doom. Doom them.
Aw, I'll lose my wolf rats. Yeah, I'll still lose them, even if I bump up the menace below a lot. Alright, we'll just wipe them out. Poor wolfy rats. Well healed. Have a gross income of 20,000 per turn. All the achievements from this run.
Chosen. Horned prophet. All hail horned rat.
Alright, Taskmaster's platform. Rattling Warrens, and that. Blap. I love how the blep sticker went right over top of Rygon. Just slap that on Rygon's face.
No.
Lord
get the. I'm fading.
Wake up!
No. I
Get up,
can't
get up,
do
get
it,
up.
Captains.
Yes, you can. I believe in you.
Masterful of masters.
What about you, chat? What do you got to say?
Sneaky.
Well, I think chat just wants you to take care of yourself,
Stalk prey.
Okay.
which is very much something you should do. Alright, hello, Dark Elves. You're dying, Dark Elves.
To battle, I
I just need something to get me out of bed. It's too comfortable here.
The book. You can finish it. Find out the ending. Then again, I think you've already read it before, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Damn it. Lyndon is threatening the toast.
You can't threaten me with a good time.
No, they're threatening the toast, not you. With toast. Lyndon is threatening toast.
I don't think you can. Toast always get put to the knife every day. What more can you do to them?
Let the bell scream, scream. Dreaded one.
I have so many units that are immortal at this point. It's great. Achoo! Kindle is threatening an English muffin with a fork.
Oh, fuck. That's pretty evil.
Yeah, you probably should get up and, you know, entertain them before they do that.
Okay.
Lord of Shadows.
Eh. It's hard.
I believes in you.
Alright, give me a moment to stretch. I'll get up.
Oh, that is going to be a tough nut to crack.
Call me Lord Craven Tail.
They are wolf rats, Gib Gab, not bats.
Someone's knocking.
Craven
I guess I better go answer the door.
Wait, really?
No, somebody played a card or something.
Oh, that cost them 100 bits. I think you really should get up.
I really should. Alright, give me a second. Alright, I'm coming. Nothing quite like monetary dispensation to get me going.
To be fair, everybody gets going a bit easier with that.
Yeah.
The doom is coming.
Oh.
Turned.
Never at you. It's canceled forever.
Yes, so very brave, strong.
Pokero will be coming when Pokero comes is about the best I can say. I'm right now in the middle of a very delicate position in my life, and I have to devote resources to it. Or I might not be streaming, and that includes Pokero. So either I deal with that, or you get no Pokero for a long time.
Warrens.
It's basically go a little bit of time without Pokerole or go potentially forever without it.
Yeah. I took my pill.
I should probably take mine too.
Go ahead. I can wait real quick while you get it.
Oh, it's right here next to me.
Yep, it's still on hiatus. Just for now, Gabe Gab. I expect he'll be on hiatus probably for another week or two.
It'll come back. Just give it time. Good things are worth the wait.
Besides, like everyone was saying, we had so much of it that people were getting burnt out. So maybe this is just a blessing in disguise.
I want more. I wasn't getting burned out.
I know you weren't.
But I am minority. Yes I do, Achi. I do have an avatar card for Jet. I posted it in the Discord. In the Streamloots channel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that does not look friendly. I will be right back.
Sure.
Oh, that's fair, Atchi. But yeah, I was just letting you know that I did post it in there. Storytime will help mediate the Pokerol withdrawal symptoms. I mean, it would. Alright, Rykon. So what we clearly need to do is have a solo Pokerol.
All
Make
right.
a new Pokemon. And it's just you and me. And you run my new Pokemon through all sorts of weird stuff.
All right.
Completely joking.
How much you willing to spend?
Fuck. Crap.
Hey, Gib Gab out of crate. What'd you get, Gib Gab? You gotta tell me.
Oh, they've got artillery and... Oh...
It's bugged. Dixper, bro, you wouldn't do that to me.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this.
Uh-oh.
Does say valiant defeat, but considering it's Lizardmen versus Skaven, and this is a relatively fresh army, yeah, I think I would lose this one. I
Not
think
with
I'll
that
just
attitude.
let it. They had a whole bunch of dinosaurs.
Fair enough.
But it's okay. I can recover.
Okay, it seems like it's working okay on my end.
Death frenzy! Back up! Cowards answer to me!
How dare you?
That's how dare. Oh no, I get you, Gib Gab, but you did buy a crate a while ago, I think. So it's for some reason still marking that one up. It very wacky. It wacky to macky. Well, feel free to use any of the ones you got, Gib Gab.
We are not going to target Clan Molder with any further actions. Poor Clan Molder's been getting hit so hard this game.
Oh, which ones did you use? I saw the Batman one. What was the other one? Kind of maybe sort of forgot. Fair enough.
Alright, let's replace you with Dart again. There you are, Dart.
Master Assassin!
And your army is back up in fighting shape. Excellent.
Find victor.
Let's go forth and conquer. Hey there, Sirio.
It's going so. I love physics.
And yes,
Wow.
I am, I renamed one of my lords to Dart.
Tunnel dig.
And when you become evil, you become darkness.
The darkness.
Track. Murder. Death. Kill.
Darth Dart.
Take for Scryer.
Dart.
Dart, 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 Dart.
The vermin tide. Listen to me. Attack the things. Kill for me, Ratkin. Collect precious things for Mimi. Hornet Prophet.
Okay, we're gonna build that. Build this. And build this. And we'll recruit some more Skaven slave slingers. Just because.
Slice open. Apart.
Tuk, 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 tuk.
Overrun. Run. In shadow. Am I?
Alrighty, let's go ahead and continue reading.
Alright, well then, as a reminder to everybody, we will be quiet and not really responding to chat for a while, as we listen to Rygon read a story for us.
Assassin.
Go ahead.
Chapter 15. 22:35 hours, Central Brucherok time. The corpse pyres. Matters of disposal and the varied uses of an entrenching tool. To see a perfect sun. By necessity, he had long ago become inured to the stench of burning flesh. Sweating at the heat, militia auxiliary Harand Troil used the hook of the long pole in his hands to push another orc body into the enormous burning mound of corpses before him. Then, stepped away for a moment to catch his breath. Finding it difficult to breathe through the charcoal-filled filtration tube of his gas mask, he pulled it back from his face, opening his mouth wide to gulp at the smoky air around him. Inadvertently swallowing a drifting fragment of ash, he coughed, retching at the taste as he tried to summon enough spittle to clear his throat, before hawking up a greasy wad of brown phlegm and spitting it towards the fire. I'm getting old, he thought. I've only been working my shift 3 hours now, and already I'm exhausted. 10 years ago, I seem to remember having more staying power than that. 10 years, he thought again. Has it really been that long? Can it really have been so long since I came to work on the corpse pyres? Weighed down by a sudden sadness, Troil looked around him at the place where he had spent virtually every waking moment of his life since being press-ganged into service with the militia at the age of 60. He was standing on a hillside, the ground beneath his feet barren after so many fires, surrounded on all sides by tall mounds of burning orc corpses. Through the smoke and ash, he could see other auxiliaries in masks tending to the pyres with long hooks, their figures little more than silhouettes through the burning haze. Looking at it, he was struck once more by grief. Grief not for the orcs, but for himself. Grief for the life he had lost. Grief for his family and his loved ones long dead. Grief for his days spent working on the corpse pyres. Most of all, though, he felt grief for the city of Busharok, and the horror the war had made of it. It was a beautiful place once, this city, he thought. Not beautiful as most people think of these things, perhaps, but it was alive and vital with an energy, an industry, a character all its own. All that is gone now, though. Gone and lost for good. Taken away by war. Now it might as well be a city of the dead. Sighing, finding his eyes starting to water at the smoke, Troil pulled his mask back down in place and began to walk towards the corpse pyres to resume his labors. As he did, he spared a last glance down the hillside towards the endless lines of other auxiliaries dragging orc bodies up the slope towards him. He did not linger on the site, though, because he expected it. The flow of bodies for the pyres never stopped. This was Busharok. Here, there are always more corpses.
You need to put your spade here, doofus,
Bullivin said, standing over the dead body of an orc and pressing the blade of his entrenching tool against its throat.
Next, you draw the spade head back and forth a bit to cut through the skin. Then you put your weight on it. Here, let me show you how it is done.
Standing beside him, Larn watched as Bullivin stamped down to push a sharpened spade head partway through the thick muscles of the orc's neck. Then, occasionally wriggling the spade around to slice through the worst of the tendons and break the spinal vertebrae, the big man stamped down on the spade several more times until the creature's head had been completely severed.
There, see?
Granted,
orc skin can be tougher than reptile hide, especially on the big ones. But if you keep your spade head nice and sharp, and remember to let your body weight do the work, their head comes off pretty easy. All right, new fish. Now you try one.
in the aftermath of the battle came the cleanup. Around them, while other guardsmen tended to the wounded or repaired the shell-damaged equipments, and militia auxiliaries carried in new ammunition supplies to replace those expended in the fighting, Larn and Bullivin had been detailed to the task of beheading fallen orcs. Dubiously, Larn picked an orc at random from the dozens of bodies lying nearby, and picked the sharpened end of his entrenching tool across its neck. Following Bullivant's earlier example, he drew the blade back and forth, feeling the resistance as it cut through the skin and into flesh. Then, raising his foot, he stamped down on the spade head, pushing the blade perhaps a quarter of the way into the orc's neck. Readjusting his position to put more force into it, he stamped again, harder this time, then again, until the fourth blow, the orc's head finally came free to roll away across the frozen ground.
That's good, new fish, Bullivant said. Try to make sure you are standing right over the spade, though, when you stamp on it. That way you will put more of your weight behind it. It makes the work easier and takes less effort. We have a lot more corpses to do before our job is done.
But why do we need to do it? Larn said to him. They are dead already, aren't they?
Maybe, Bullivant said, but it is always better to make sure with an orc. Just to be on the safe side. They are tough bastards. You can shoot one in the head and think he's dead only for him to suddenly get up and start walking about a few hours later. Believe me, I've seen it happen.
Then, noticing Larn casting worried glances at the bodies lying all around them, he smiled.
You needn't worry about these ones, new fish. If any of them were capable of moving, they'd be trying to kill us by now already. We'll have their heads off long before any of them that are still alive have had time to heal. Then the militia auxiliaries will take the bodies away from burning to get rid of the spores.
Spores? Larn asked.
Oh yes, Bluefish. Orcs grow from spores, like mold. Leastway, that's what Scholar says. I can't say I've ever seen it happen myself, mind, but I'm prepared to take his word for it. You should ask him about it later. He'll tell you all about it. You know, Scholar, he loves telling people about things.
Apparently satisfied that Larn now knew what he was doing, Bullivant turned away quietly, whistling a cheerful tune to himself as he began to deprive more dead orcs of their heads. In his wake, Larn set to the same task of decapitation. It was gruesome and tiring work, and Larn quickly found his boots and the spade head were stained black with viscous alien blood. Soon, he was sweating under his helmet, the salt of his sweat irritating the head wound he had sustained during the battle. In the aftermath, telling him he was lucky and it was only a scalp laceration, Medical Officer Svank had bandaged it for him, while Corporal Vladik had supplied him with a new helmet, something for which Devere had been particularly scathing. "What is it with you and helmets, new fish?" Devere had said. "First you use one to heat a Gretchen's brains in, then you go and get yourself shot in the head. What will you use the next one for? A soup bowl, perhaps? Or a planting pot for some flowers?" But, much to his own surprise, Larn found he was no longer irritated by Devere's constant complaints and insults. He owed him a debt now. No matter how much the runtish trooper might protest him that it had all been a mistake, even an accident, Devere had saved his life. Then, pausing in his work to wipe the sweat from his brow, Larn noticed a gathering redness in the sky. Turning to face the orc lines on the east, he saw the sun was setting. He saw it, and he was amazed. It was beautiful, extraordinary, more breathtaking and vivid even than the sunset he had seen on his last night at home. That sun, that had seemed often so cold and distant above him, had at last grown to become a warm, red orb. The sky, once gray around it, had transformed and given way to a dazzling symphony in flaming shades of scarlet. Watching it, Larn found himself enraptured by awe. Moved to the very depths of his soul, he stood there transfixed, hypnotized. Who knew there would ever be such a sun? He thought in wonder. Who knew there could be such beauty here? And no sooner had that thought occurred to him than it seemed that it had all been worth it. All the things he had been through, the fear, the hardship, the danger, the isolation, all the carnage he had seen and all the horrors he had witnessed, all of them now seemed worthwhile, as though by right of his passage through hell he had paid the price that allowed him this brief, perfect moment of quiet and reflection.
Are you all right there, new fish?
He heard Bullivant say beside him.
Is your head wound bothering you? You've been standing there a long time now, just looking at the sky.
Turning, Lawrence saw Bullivant facing him and felt moved to tell him about the sunset. There were no words for his epiphany, no way to communicate what he was feeling to another. Unable to express his emotions for a moment, he was silent. Then, seeing Bullivant staring at him in concern and curiosity, Lauren felt he should say something, anything, lest the big man should start to think he had lost his mind. I was just struck by how strange this place is, he said, forced to retreat to more commonplace matters. To have a sun that sets so late in winter.
Winter?
Bullivant asked in good-natured confusion, looking around at the frozen corpse-covered battlefield around them.
But it is summer hereabouts, new fish. Good thing, too. In winter, life in Blucherrock can really start to get nasty.
End chapter 15.
So
I'll give you a
that-
moment to say something.
he thought they were in winter and they're actually in summer.
They are actually in summer.
God, that's a little scary.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Then again, I suppose there are places here in the real world where, you know, what we think of as winter is a really nice summer for them.
I definitely hear that. I mean, here about like I'm in winter, and this winter probably feels a lot harsher to other people than it does for me.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready to continue?
I am.
All right. Chapter 16. 23:01 hours, Central Blucherrock time. A visitor from General Headquarters. The reconnaissance mission. Expressions of disquiet among the ranks. Into no man's land. Alone in the darkness. You have done well, Sergeant, Lieutenant Karras said. By holding out against that last assault, you have delivered a crippling blow to the activities of the orcs in this sector, and you may be assured your efforts in that regard have been recognized and will be rewarded. It is not official as yet, of course, but between you and me, I understand you will be decorated while your unit is to receive a citation. In reply, Chelkar was silent. 5 minutes ago, he had been supervising the repairs to the company's defenses, when Grishin had voxed him with the news an officer had arrived and was waiting to see him in the command dugout. Hurrying tiredly to meet him, Chelkar had found himself confronted with a fresh-faced junior lieutenant, all spit-shine boots and folded creases. A swagger stick poked out at a jaunty angle from beneath his arm. Though Chelkar had at first wondered if Sector Command had finally gotten around to sending them a new CO, it quickly became apparent the lieutenant had come here on behalf of General Headquarters, a situation that, to Chelkar's experience, was unlikely to bode anything but ill. Did you hear me, Sergeant? The lieutenant said. They are going to give you a medal. I will have to remember to put it with the other ones, Lieutenant, Chelkar said, feeling so exhausted and bone-weary he no longer cared if his tone was properly diplomatic. But I am sure you didn't come all this way and drag me away from my duties just to tell me that. Stung by his bluntness, the lieutenant's face briefly tightened into a look of displeasure. Then, abruptly, his mood softening and becoming patently false, he adopted a more conciliatory manner. Oh, you are right, of course, Sergeant. And may I say what a pleasure it is to hear some plain speaking for a change. That is why I was so happy to get this chance to come to the front. Not that I find my duties at General Headquarters in any way irksome, you understand. But at GHQ, one can so often forget the realities of frontline life in the Guard. We're soldiers, you and I. We don't do what we do for honors and medals. We do it selflessly in the name of duty, and for the greater glory of the Imperium. I don't know what is more sickening, Shelgar thought bleakly. The fact that someone has obviously told him an officer should try to strike up a rapport with the lower ranks, or the fact that he is so inept and insecure in trying to do it. Why is it whenever you hear one of these rare echelon heroes talk about selflessness, you always know they are desperate to win a medal? This one's a glory hound, all right. You can see it in his eyes. He probably heard about some suicide mission at GHQ and volunteered right away. Yes, Lieutenant, Shelgar said, hoping that at last the pipsqueak pendant before I might get to the point. And talking of duty, I'm assuming there's some matter in which you need my company's assistance? Not the whole company, Sergeant, the lieutenant replied blithely. I just need some men to accompany me into no man's land on a mission towards the Orc lines. A 5-man fire team, to be precise. Of course, I leave it entirely up to you which fire team to pick, though I've always considered 3 to be a lucky number. We will be going out into no man's land tonight, the lieutenant said, while Larn heard a sharp intake of breath from the other members of the fire team beside him. General Headquarters wishes to know whether the Orcs hold on their territory had been at all weakened by their recent losses. Accordingly, we are ordered to advance by stealth to within sight of their lines and scout out their defenses and dispositions under cover of darkness. Then we will return to our own lines before the Orcs are any the wiser. A simple and straightforward enough mission, I am sure you'll all agree. Going about their duties as the cleanup proceeded outside, Larn and the others had been summoned to the command dugout to hear a briefing from a stiff-necked young lieutenant called Karis. Now standing before the sector map pinned to the wall behind him, the lieutenant pointed at something on the map with a swagger stick as the briefing continued. Let me make it clear, this is strictly a reconnaissance mission, he said, and as such, it relies entirely on stealth. We are not to engage the enemy unless forced to do it by the direst circumstance. With that in mind, we will maintain a total light and noise discipline at all times, and follow a route through no man's land designed to aid us in our attempts to stay unseen. If we are spotted by scouts or lookouts, we'll attempt to dispose of them in a quick and quiet manner as possible, only withdrawing from no man's land if it is clear our mission has become untenable. Now, I think that about covers everything. Is there any questions? No one answered, and looking at the faces of the men about him, Devere, Bullivant, Scholar, Zebers, Lawrence saw a subtle disquiet among them, as though they were every bit as uneasy at the prospect of a mission in no man's land as they had been earlier when it seemed the big push might be upon them. Watching them, Larn was gripped by the sudden revelation that he realized would have seemed quite commonplace to the others. In Busharok, the danger never ended. There were always new battles to fight, new ways for a man to get himself killed. Good, Lieutenant Karras said when it became clear there would be no questions. You now have 20 minutes to check your equipment and make your preparations. 0 hour is at 00.00 hours. We go into no man's land at midnight. A simple matter, he says, Devere grumbled afterwards. I tell you, someone should take that stupid bastard's swagger stick and shove it right up his arse. They were in the barracks dugout. In the wake of the briefing with the lieutenant, they had returned there to be issued with black dubbing and lasgun lubricant by Vladik. Now their faces and all their equipment painted black, their knives and pistols oiled to glide silently from their sheaths, they made their final preparations, while time counted down to midnight. As they did, Larn was suddenly struck by the thought he had been in Bushrok almost exactly 12 hours. Another 3 hours to go, he thought, and I will have made my 15. You ask me, it's the new fish's fault, Zeber spat with sudden venom. He's unlucky, a jinx. Shut up, Zebers, Devere spat back. bad enough I have to go stumbling around no man's land in the dead of night without having to hear you mule and puke about luck and numbers like some half-wit gambler on a losing streak. Shut up, or after I'm finished shoving the swagger slip up Lieutenant's arse, I'm gonna stick my last gun up yours. How do you explain it then? Zebra said, defiant. We've had nothing but a bad day ever since the new fish got here. He's a jinx. You saw what happened to the men he came here with in the lander.
Shut up, Zebras.
Bullivin rumbled. Then, while Zebras fell silent and scowled at him, he turned to Larn.
Don't worry about what Zebras said, new fish. You're not a jinx. I only wish today had been a bad day. Fact is, every day in Moose Rock is pretty much as bad as this, one way or another. After a while, you just get used to it.
But going out into no man's land at night is bad? Larn asked, hoping the big Vardan could not hear the nervousness in his voice. Worse than usual, I mean.
Yes, new fish, it is worse,
Bullivin said.
especially after a battle. Remember I told you how sometimes a wounded orc will seem dead, only to get up and start walking about a few hours later? Well, right now No Man's Land is full of the bodies of orcs we shot during the battle. By now, some of them could be healed already, just about ready to wake up and start killing again while we'll be right in the middle of them. Then, to make matters worse, we got to worry about running into gangs of Gretchen looking for spare parts as well.
Spare parts? Orcs are remarkably tough creatures, new fish, Scholar said by the side of him. If one of them loses an arm or leg, their surgeons will just staple the limb from another dead orc to them to take its place. After a battle, such surgeries are in great demand, so they tend to send gangs of Gretchen out into no man's land to cut undamaged limbs from the corpses. Of course, the real threat lies so much in the Gretsch themselves, but in the dangers of getting into a firefight in the middle of no man's land while the entire orc army is on top of us. The short version, you fish, is that this whole damn business has the makings of a first-class snafu from start to finish, Devere said. So this is what I say we do. We will follow Lieutenant Arshhole's orders so long as there's no shooting. But the moment the shit starts to fly, we get each other out of no man's land as fast as we can, and to hell with his orders. Now enough talking, and let's get outside. We need to spend at least 10 minutes in the dark to get our night vision working. Seeing what's ahead of us, I'd say we're probably going to need every advantage we can get.
Remember the signal, new fish.
Bullivin whispered quietly as they crouched in the darkness of one of the forward firing trenches with the lieutenant, and the others waiting for the order for the mission to begin.
We keep the calm silence, but if you make contact with the greenskins, you squeeze the comm stud in your collar to create a squelch over the comm link. You squeeze it 3 times. 3 squelches, you understand? That way we'll know it's you. Now tell me again so I'll know you've got it.
We go quiet, Larn whispered back, reciting the things Bullivin had already told him twice. Staying low and keeping together until we get halfway into no man's land. Then, while Devere and the lieutenant go forward to scout out the orc lines, the rest of us spread out into a wide diamond formation with you at the base, Zebras on the left flank, me on the right, and Scholar on point. If any of us see or hear orcs, we squelch on the comm line. 1 squelch for you, 2 for Zebras, 3 for me, and 4 for Scholar. So that way the others will know where the orcs are. Nice discipline, troopers, Lieutenant Karras whispered testily, then cupped his hand over the chronometer on his wrist as he pressed an illumination stud to briefly light its face. He gave the order. 0 hour. Time to move out. I've already forgotten his voice. With
Noticed.
Devere in the lead. Yes. I can't remember. Like, Lieutenant Karras, it's not...
I think it was more snide and like full of himself.
Yeah, it was just it's a very specific voice right in the back of my throat. A B. Let me move back up for a second. You are right, of course, Sergeant. And may I say what a pleasure it is to hear some plain speaking for a change. Something like that?
I think that's close.
That's close enough? Okay. Plain speaking for a change. Yeah, all right. 0 hour. Time to move out. With the Veer in the lead, they climbed over the lip of the trench and crawled out into no man's land. Then, at a hand signal from Devere showing the way before them was clear, they stood into a half crouch and began to move slowly and quietly forward. Ahead, the night seemed impossibly dark, the stars dim and distant. Seeing no sign of a moon in the sky to guide them, Lauren found himself wondering if the planet even had a moon, or whether it was just hidden from his view. Whatever the case, keeping close to the others, he followed them further and further into the forbidding wasteland between the human and orc lines. His every step wary, his senses sharpened, his heart beating a tattoo of restless anxiety in his chest. Around them, no man's land was silent. Made even more threatening in the darkness now, its flat and desolate surface was covered over with the shadowy, foreboding shapes of so many bodies. There were corpses everywhere, strewn haphazardly across the landscape and fallen together so deeply in places the going was made treacherous with splayed limbs and uncaring torsos. Feeling the outstretched fingers of unseen hand touch his ankle, Lauren looked down in sudden terror, expecting the monstrous form of a wounded and reawakening orc to rise up before him, only to see he had inadvertently brushed against a severed hand lying in the mud, another dead hand like so many more around it. They advanced further, slowly spreading out further apart from each other until they reached the center of no man's land. Then, as Devere and the lieutenant disappeared from view to go scout the lines, Lauren abruptly realized he could no longer see the others. For a moment, he fought the urge to call on them on his comm stud. Then he reminded himself they had been ordered to maintain Vox silence. Even if he did use the comm, no one would answer. Nor could he go in search of them. Robbed of all sense of direction by the darkness and the unfamiliarity of the landscape around him, it would take a miracle to find anyone. Worse, hopelessly lost, he could easily stray into the orc lines. Terrified, Lauren held his position and did the only thing he could. Alone in the darkness, he waited. Time passed, and as he stood waiting, afraid that every shadow might belong to some subtle and stalking enemy, Lauren realized it was the first time he had been on his own in weeks. More than that, here in no man's land, surrounded by corpses and barely within a stone's throw of thousands of sleeping orcs, he felt more alone than he had before in his entire life. So alone now, in fact, he might as well have been the last man left in the entire galaxy. Then, deep through the gathering haze of his mind of fear and loneliness, Lauren heard the sudden sound that set cold fingers at his spine and turned his blood to ice. A single squelch on the comm beat in his ear. Bulavin's signal. The signal that meant the big man had made contact with the enemy. And from Lauren's point of view, it meant something worse. It meant the enemy was behind him. End chapter 16.
And the book's almost done?
One more chapter.
Oh. Maybe he doesn't survive after all.
Green things foo-foo die easy.
All right. Chapter 17. 037 hours, Central Busharok time. Giving aid and comfort to the wounded. As hell breaks loose, Lauren is forced to a decision. A final madness in Zeber's smile. Unknown, a bullet finds its mark. One of the orcs was moving. Standing alone in the darkness of no man's land, not quite sure if it was only his imagination or if he had really seen a slight movement in the legs of one of the corpses lying on the ground before him, Zebers decided it would be better to make certain the creature was dead. Sliding his combat knife from its sheath as he dropped to his knees beside the body, he quickly pulled the orc's unresisting jaws open and silently stabbed the knife up through the break point in the roof of the mouth and into the brain. Then, pulling the knife free, he glanced briefly at the other corpses around him and wondered if he should do the same to them as well. I will do another 3 of them, he thought, wiping the blade on his trouser leg as he crept towards his second body. That way, I will have done 4 altogether, and I could do with some extra luck. What with that bastard new fish being such a jinx. Help me. He heard a failing voice whisper in Gothic as he knelt beside a second orc. Startled, Zebras turned to see an arm rise falteringly from beneath a nearby pile of bodies. Going over to it, he saw a human face peering out from among a nest of green-skinned limbs. One of the guardsmen from the lander, he realized, mortally wounded and left for dead in no man's land, but still clinging desperately to life. Please, help me, the guardsman said again. The weak voice was loud against the silence and forced Zebras to clamp a firm hand over his mouth to keep him quiet. Weakly, the guardsman began to struggle, his free arm flailing and flapping around him. Feeling the man grab pleadingly at the edge of his greatcoat, Zebras felt a sudden flush of disgust and anger to find yet another new fish was endangering his life. It cannot be helped, he thought, as he pushed down once more with his knife. He is too far gone to live much longer anyway, and he will bring the orcs down on both of us if I don't make him quiet. Seeing the arm fall, and the guardsman's spasms grow still, Zebras pulled his knife free and turned to get back to the orcs. The guardsman did not count, he decided. He was not part of the pattern, leaving Zebras with another 3 orcs to deal with if he was going to improve his luck. Then, abruptly, he heard the signal. A single squelch over his comm bead. The fat-head Bullivin must have run into some trouble. For a moment, Zebras considered leaving him to it. He did not like Bullivin, or any of the Vardens for that matter. It would be easy enough to slip back towards the line and claim he had lost track of the others in the darkness. Just as quickly, he was forced to abandon the idea. If Bullivin or any of the others survived and thought he had left him to die, they would frag him without even thinking. No, for better or worse, he had better go and try to save the fat man's hide. Putting his knife back in its sheath, Zebras turned to hurry in Bullivin's direction. Then, as he picked his way past a particularly large pile of orc corpses, he saw a shadowy movement at the corner of his vision, and realized he had blundered upon a gang of Gretchen harvesting limbs. Swinging his lasgun towards them while the Gretchen were still dumb with confusion, Zebras fired, hitting the nearest Gretch in the chest. Swiftly, he fired again, unleashing another half-dozen last beams, hitting 2 more Gretch and causing the rest to flee. As Zebras made to hurry once more on his way, he heard something scraping wet and eager behind him, followed by the whine of whirring motors. Turning, he saw a threatening shadow loom up in the darkness, and knew the day he had feared for months was finally upon him. Today, tonight, his luck had finally run out. Fall back! Repeat! Fall back! Devere's voice shouted forcefully into his comm bead as Lauren heard the sound of shots and all hell began to break loose around him. Everyone back to the trenches! Lost and still on his own, Lauren turned to move quickly towards what his best guess at the position of the human lines. Suddenly, he saw a staccato burst of white tracer lines in the distance to the right of him as somewhere in the darkness, a lasgun fired. Help me! He heard Zebras yell in fear and agony over the comm line. Sweet Emperor, it's got me! Someone help me! Unsure of what to do, for the briefest instant Lauren stood rooted to the spot. Then, as Zebras' voice in his ear became a jumble of incoherent screams, he made a decision. Turning in the direction the last fire had come from, he ran towards it, jumping and stumbling over the orc corpses littering his path as he raced to help the pleading trooper. Seeing 2 shapes come together in the darkness ahead of him, Lauren ran closer, only to find a scene of horror. He saw Zebras, arm flailing in useless spasms, belly ripped open and guts hanging out, held like a limp puppet in the hand of an enormous orc, while with its other hand the creature used a whirring circular blade to further eviscerate Zebra's screaming flesh. Then, tossing Zebra's ragdoll body aside, the orc turned to look at Larn and began to advance towards him. It was huge, wearing a blood-stained apron across its body and a thick lens monocular over one of its eyes. Seeing the cruel curiosity written on the creature's monstrous inhuman features, Larn knew at once it must have been one of the orc surgeons Scholar had mentioned. Instinctively raising his last gun to ward off its advance, he fired. The first blast flying wide hit one of the corpses lying on the ground behind it. Adjusting his aim, Larn fired again, hitting the monster in the stomach, then again the chest, again the shoulder, again the face. The last beam briefly flared brighter as it burned through the lenses of the monocular, tearing the melted mounting of the device away uncaring from the scorched socket of its now blind eye. The orc kept coming. No matter how many times Larn hit it, it seemed unstoppable, as inured to the pain of its own flesh as it was to the agonies of others. All the time, the whining blade in his hand grew closer and closer, as eager for its master to test its edge against the outlines of Larn's body. Then, incredibly, salvation came from an unlikely source. As if from nowhere, Larn saw zebras appear from the darkness behind the orc and jump screaming onto the creature's back to wrap its arms around his throat. Horribly wounded, the spool of his intestines unraveled in the mud behind him as the orc tried to pull him off. Zebras briefly smiled towards Larn in pain-fueled madness, before raising a hand above his head and letting out a bloody mouth and psychotic roar of triumph. Seeing the gleam of half-dozen rings around Zebra's fingers, Larn realized the madman must have pulled the pins from every grenade on his belt. Knocked on his back as Zebras and the orc disappeared in the roar and flash of the resulting explosion, Larn staggered to his feet once more and became aware of the volume of firing about him had risen dramatically. All around him, no man's land was alive with bullets, as, fully roused now from sleep, the orcs fired blindly from their lines in search of targets. A last glance confirming there was no more he could do for Zebras, Larn turned to run for the human lines in the hopes of safety. Only the trip, not realizing at first he had been shot, before he could go even a dozen steps. The sun was rising in the west, the first red fingers of dawn revealing the brooding and foreboding shape of Brucherok on the horizon. And still lying wounded in no man's land in the same place where he had fallen, Larn looked up at the brightening sky above him and knew he should fear the sun. With the gathering of the light, soon the orcs would be able to see him from their lines. For where once he would have felt anxiety, perhaps even terror at that prospect, now all those things had left him. Instead, he lay on his back, watching the sun slowly rise, and he felt peace. He watched it, and he knew contentment. I have made it past 15 hours, he thought, at last given answer by the coming of the dawn to the question that had plagued him throughout the night. More than that even. Now the sun is rising, and with it I have proved the others wrong. I have beaten the odds. I have survived this place. I have passed the test. The orcs cannot kill me now. The laws that rule this monstrous city will not let them. Certain now that his fate had been decided in his favor, and it was only a matter of time before someone came to rescue him, Larn settled calmly down to wait. All the fear had passed through him now, all the loneliness, the desperation, the despair. They were gone, replaced instead by a growing sense of detached serenity. Over the last 15 hours, he had faced the worst the city could throw at him. It was over now, and with it, he was forever free. Free from doubt, free from worry, free from his fears. He did not even feel the cold anymore. He felt safe and warm. He felt whole. He had survived his 15 hours. He had lasted. He had proved himself. This place could no longer hurt him. And with that last happy thought, Lawrence smiled and closed his eyes. Closed his eyes to drift away to dreamless sleep, the last shreds of his consciousness flying away from him like dead leaves on the wind, as the restless babble of his mind gradually gave way to silence. Drawing a last contented breath, his beating heart slowed and stilled. Then finally, there was only darkness. That was a reading of 15 Hours by Mitchell Scanlon.
Well, now, Yggdrasil, I am depressed.
Ah, a wise choice for leader.
You should have seen it coming. The first, chapter was all about him dying.
360 has purchased 10 avatars and Marten's packs.
I know. But still. Yggdrasil, you came in right at the end of Rygon here reading a book from Warhammer 40k, and well, yeah. I am now depresso.
Sorry.
But thank you so much for that purchase of 10 Amp and V packs, Sachi. It takes the edge off at least. Okay, we need a happier story.
Well, I've got plenty more Warhammer 40k books.
No!
But they're Warhammer 40k.
I said happier!
If we want a happier story, then either I'm going to have to go find something, or somebody can recommend a book. If this is something people would like to have continue, then I could do maybe a book reading, and we just, go through a book every couple of weeks.
Jibe Gab is giving a big lick to Chrysos.
Thank you for that follow, Yggdrasil. I say I want a happier story, and you push more Warhammer. I mean, I'd be happy for him to read more stuff. It's just, I need something happy now.
Green thing flesh, stop black hunger. Green thing just loud.
Fudge.
Green meat flesh for beasts to eat.
Joke.
I'm sorry.
Show your pet as a newborn versus now. I'll go first.
Marten!
Show your pet as a newborn versus now. I'll go
Marten
first.
videos definitely help.
Show your pet as a newborn versus now. I'll go first.
But yeah, everybody, right now I'm just going through. I know this is not thrilling gameplay, but I kind of realized, oh, I guess I've already cycled through them all. Okay. But I was kind of going through and setting equipment and stuff on all my troops, because I never actually did that.
Unleash corruption. Fight precious things.
What's up?
I'm trying to think of something else that you could read.
Oh, goodness, those there's plenty of books out there that keep telling me to read this or that, and it's like, okay, I'll get to it when I get to it.
I know dragons with feet like rabbits. 'Tis
I
true,
do remember that
swear.
that particular
Jive
story
Gab
did actually have a
demands
sequel.
sec.
though.
Sorry, Gib Gab was playing a card. What was that?
I said I do remember that particular story did have a sequel, though.
I can dance on the head of a pin as well.
Following
Hey Rygon,
the
you
fates
have
of
been given
the
a
other
SMP and V
members
pack
of the
through
team.
Stream Loots by Otha 360. Good luck.
They are now playing all the cards.
Mm.
Okay. One more time?
No, just give it a second. I'll let it go for a bit.
Okay, well, you're getting a free pack from Achi.
Aw. Well, thank you, Achi.
That pack has been sent.
Much appreciated.
And why'd you play the...
The what?
Gib Gab, why... Of all the avatars to play the Bean Cam card on, you had to go with this one. This avatar is not very well done. At all. It's not supposed to be so flat. Okay. Well, now let's destroy the Oak of Ages.
I'm glad you enjoyed the reading, Gib Gab.
It was really well done. Even
Thank
if
you.
depresso.
Yeah. You know, first readings are always a bit of a stumble, though. You know, you're going through, you're like, oh shit, I'm kind of messed up some of the, organization of the words. Like I said some words before others. Or I'd lose track of character voices, stuff like that. I'm glad you all appreciated. If this were a real reading, I would probably have gone through that book probably about 3 times in order to splice together all the stuff properly. So like remembering voices, stuff like that.
I do have one idea.
What's that?
How about the Dresden Files series?
I'd be fine with that. I've never read them myself, so I don't know their pacing, but I'd be fine with that. They seem to be popular enough.
I don't know how popular they are, but I do know
They're popular
I
enough
very
that
much
I've heard
enjoy
about them from. They're popular enough I've heard about them from multiple locations, so I'd say they're popular.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
For books, that's just simply saying something. If you hear about a book from multiple places.
And yes, exactly, Tsunami. I'm depressed because I got into it, so yeah, Rygon did a fantastic job.
Well, it helps that the writing was good. Like, there are books out there that you can tell the writing is just, ugh. But the writing here was nice. It was perhaps a bit quick for my taste, but for a short novel, it was nice.
Well, why don't we jump into Dresden Files?
Well, feel free to toss it my way. I'll give it a quick glance over. I do need to get at least a little some of my work done, but if I manage to get a bit of it done, then yeah, I can read at least one or two chapters.
I don't actually have it. Let me see what I can find.
If you can tell me the title of the first book, I can find it myself.
Might be the better option. Let's see.
I'll be right back.
Just need to remember. I don't know, Atchi. I might like to have at least one chapter of it now. As a refresher from the depression.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot I gave Tretch some Hell Pit Abominations. Those are fun.
I'll lead from rear.
Die, dwarves! Oh, you mean like Marten videos, Gibcap? Hello there, Kieran.
Loot steel. Ready. Yes. Yes.
Otter 360 is watching the Sable eat banan. Praise banan.
Banana. 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 Banana, 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 banana.
Secret arts.
Banana, 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 banana. Banana, 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 banana.
Vile tide comes.
Ooh, mentor.
My eyes gone, but I see.
Thank you for the head pats, Kopiak.
Joke.
Warpstone.
Okay, I think the game's gonna need a little bit of a restart or something. I don't know if you guys are hearing the stuttering. Let's go ahead and save. Oh, it's noticeable to me. All right, we're going to go ahead and restart the game. I'm going to do a little reset of things here. Start the battle. Hello, Chrisoffs. Who's a good Evie? Alrighty. Let's give out those rewards. I'm going to go ahead and restart my laptop. It's been a few days. It could probably benefit from one. But yeah, we'll be back in a minute or two. Give us a little break here. Is that our Rykon having returned?
Yes, it is.
The book title is Stormfront by Jim Butcher.
Stormfront by Jim Butcher.
And if nothing else, I know he has several short stories that are freely released, don't have any audiobooks, so those could also be an option. But I don't know the titles of them. Like, one of them follows, oh, hey, Dresden Files short fiction. Besides the novels of the Dresden Files, author Jim Butcher has written several shorter works appearing in the same universe. Most are told from the point of view of Harry Dresden, as are the novels. But some take the point of view of other characters, such as his cat. There is a book that is wrote entirely from the point of view of his cat, or a short story. I will say the Dresden Files is a series where you can kind of read it starting from almost anywhere. Because he does a really good job of summarizing anything that happened in a previous book that may come up, as well as reintroducing characters and such with each new book. They're kind of meant to be an anthology, but do have a chronological order, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh. Apparently some of these actually take place before the first book. The short stories. Though they were released after the first book. The question is, where do we get these?
Oh, you can let me worry about that.
Well, let me at least send this article to you. Sent it on Telegram. Those are all the short stories.
Okay.
And they've got them listed in chronological order. Right. Doing that reset did have the problem of resetting the timer. Oh, by the way, if anybody wants to know the mods, here you go. No supply lines. Easier confederations and vassals, though I don't think that one actually works. I still have the custom matched combat animations that Rygon had me install. And then recruit defeated legendary lords.
The combat animations are good.
Oh, I agree. I just don't really do the battles that often. We have our own things that we like with this. For me, I like to take over everything. And well, taking over literally everything is a very time-consuming process, let alone if you add in actually fighting each battle. And, you know, it's kind of one of those. I could fight each battle, but then my ADHD is probably going to be like, and I'm bored of this now. Time for no more game. Right, I could probably do this. Computer. Set a timer for 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Starting now.
There was a little bit more than 4 minutes left on the bean cam card. So we'll do the 4 minutes on that for you. Yes, Kieran. We've got a card for that. Though I might reduce them. Hurry up and load, curse you! I must get back into the fight. They must all be slain, killed. Yes.
Oh, that one actually works.
The council's voice.
Oh, you're working on Dixper?
Yeah. I'm just adding in a couple of things. Because it's like, it's weird. For some cards, like say having snowfall on the screen, right? Or rain.
Mm-hmm.
Some cards it works, some cards it doesn't. So I've got to figure out which ones it does and which one they don't. Like the psychedelic effect. Is it going to work? I don't know.
Don't really want people wasting their money.
Well, exactly. And it looks like this one is not working. I really don't know why they don't work. Some of them. Maybe it's kind of computer monitor I have.
Might also be Chris Off's fault.
That one works.
Take, agree, contract. Of the deep warrens.
Okay, maybe it isn't your fault, Chris Offs.
Be sneaky.
Oh, that one didn't work.
I'll get help. Pax turn. Ready? Yes, yes.
I am beginning to very much think that Mulder has been just holing away in their city the entire game. Because, like, I'm seeing no sign of them actually doing anything in the world. And yet, I also haven't seen them die.
Best elite ratkin.
Alright, bean cam over. Give you all of that.
Unseen killer.
Sometimes they do, Krisovs. Oh, all 4 of you are over here? Of all places? Oh. Well, this is a terrible spot for you all to be. But I suppose it is close to the front line, so I'll just recruit you back here. And start recruiting you.
Mighty clan Eshin.
There we go.
Clan chieftain. Obey chief, or me lash whip. Clan strongest best with Packmaster. Their agents died now. Shadows niche.
Ow!
Warp bridge intact.
Hi, Spaz.
In line. For the 13. Yes. Bless with filth, and the plague wind comes. I see y'all all. Fine.
And put them all in.
Me train pack well best. Obey chief, call me lash whip.
Alright, so there will be 1 more unit I can recruit to this army. Got it. What are you? You are... okay. Let's get a warlord again.
Was that the classic card, GibGab? Yeah, I think so. Didn't do anything, though, unfortunately. I'm seeing if I can't download the update for Dixper. Maybe that'll finally fix some of these other issues, because there's a lot of cards I'd love to put in. I just can't. Like turning my screen upside down, that sort of thing.
Thank you for the head pats, Kieran.
Seek target.
It looks like if I'm gonna do Dixper, I have to close OBS real quick.
Oh.
Yep. So I'll be back, everyone, here in a moment. And yes, GibGab, we definitely do. We need a fixing my stream. Wait, BRB?
What display your wish? Guide us, Hornet One. Pest in clan.
Give you all that. that. Give you this, this. Thank you for the head pats. Sorry, everybody, just going through a lot of troops right now. Give you those.
Eshin sorcerer.
Or Fireball, Cathayan Training.
The eyes of decay.
We'll do that there. Go ahead and upgrade that, upgrade that. We have so much money coming in all over the place. Alright, this one's already been swapped over. We keep losing this province, but hopefully soon we'll be able to keep it more long term. This one has no growth. Or it has no potential for being upgraded at all. So guess we might as well just go with this. Completely corrupt the Oak of Ages. Alright, let's get rid of both of these.
You have words. Snake has ears. Yes, yes, many ears.
No, Corn, you are not getting a treaty or anything. I will be killing you eventually. All in good time. Oh, really now?
Lord of the Assassins.
Just him and his heroes are gonna be able to kick their ass. Well, I mean, I guess there is the settlement garrison too, but... Snitch is scary. And we'll just auto-resolve. What else is under siege? Okay, you're not sieging there. You're just raiding.
Pestilence stalks.
Dart. Wipe them out! Come back here, Gorst. What's the matter? You just have an assassin after you. Oh, for the love of... Do you mind?
Fight, clan. Pride of Under Empire. Work hard or die. Master of death.
Let's rush you back to this. I can go after those armies after he's had them turn to replenish. And yes, Jits, Rygon did finish the story. It was a sad ending.
It was necessary. Something building your character.
I don't want my character built that way.
Dig, children. I say move.
Hello there, Belagar. You're gonna die.
Silent executioner.
Oh, you guys are still alive? Intriguing. Quick, would you just finish off Thorek?
Gifts, or you die by my claw. Lay poison shadow, yes.
I really do not want to have to go kill you. But I do want to recruit you. And yeah, they ain't leaving me much in the way of choices.
It's ready. Clan Rictus to war. Rictus ready for fight, Scrap. Gather steel everything. Good, yes, my tail tingles.
The Imperial Guard stories don't end well on most cases, except the Orc one. That one is kind of nice on its ending.
Pillars.
Mighty am I.
I mean, I don't know if I actually believe that. Just saying.
Find magic things. We make clans stronger. The plague wind comes. I see all. To heal. Pets bring flesh meat. Feed clan. See, I supreme.
Trying to get it synced up to my software now.
It was at this moment that Zim realized he put almost no regular ranged units in this army. Not good. Well, no, I guess I did give them Deathglow Bombardiers and some Jazales.
No, I haven't gone to bed yet, Achi. I still have some work to do. I'm just testing a few things out, trying to get some things working.
Yeah, Rygon's not allowed to abandon us yet. Alright, I have given you literally everything I can from up there. So now you start building that stuff up. You've got everything from up there as well. So... there.
Do not see the skills overlay.
Give you that. Ah, yes, Tretch. You still don't have that fully upgraded.
Mighty am I.
Do, do. Do, do. Dur, 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 dur. Dur, dur. Do, do, do.
Master of poisons, yes.
I don't know why I decided to start humming that, but
Duke.
you know. Duke!
Night Lord. Chief Assassin, yes. Death Master Snitch.
There we go.
Sneaky Mike. Sneaky snake.
Ah, Sniksh himself. What do I want to give you? I think I shall give you even more power. We have like 5 seconds of action in this campaign, and then the rest is just managing all of these frickin' settlements that I have. And we'll put that there and this here.
Is it not syncing up?
I've heard that a lot of people have issues with Dixper. Sorry to hear you're one of them now.
Well, it was working fine earlier, though. That's the thing.
Great Hall of Greasus. Well, okay. Okay. I'll wipe out their army. Don't mind if I do. You know, I suppose I should get that Skaven slave buff. Because I do have a lot of them that are currently, a lot of Skaven that are currently, or Skaven slaves in my settlements. So it could actually be beneficial to pick up a buff for them through the research. Oh, I wanted to get over there with my main army and wipe you out. Why are you attacking now? Fine, my army can wipe you out.
More slaves, more power.
Dang it. Well, hello there, Danica. We are having a grand time right now. Like, all of this dark green area, yeah, that's all my territory. And I've, of course, expanded over here and here and over here some. And then over here, we've got a little bit of a foothold as well. It's a grand old time. Now if we could just get rid of these damn undead, it'd be fantastic.
Bring decay.
Go get Azag.
Disease. Stench of failure.
Okay, fine. Just stay there then.
Chief Warlock, Icket Claw.
There's a lot of territory that's unclaimed still, but we're slowly taking it over.
Let the bell scream, scream.
Ah, yes, Reichland. We gotta deal with you eventually. But first, I'm gonna bring you back this way and go get some new recruits. Because as much as I like, as nice as Skaven slaves are, they're not very good. So I guess they're really not very good at all. Alright, Danica, see you soon.
Demon Caller. Chosen. Sassy.
Stop running away! You are going to die. Accept it. It'll save us all a lot of effort.
Ready to march.
Will you actually go the proper route to get there? Oh, no, you will not. Fine. Go through there. You, add more to your recruitment list. We are going to give you some Death Globe Bombardiers. And Gutter Runners.
I'm try uninstalling it and reinstalling it.
Okay.
I think this might be a fundamental issue.
It might be a what?
Fundamental issue. Issue with the coding.
Yeah.
Because it recently had an update, but I guess it didn't get through all the way.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, this one is fully upgraded. Okay, over to exploitative planning. And we'll keep one of these. And we'll put that there. Do, 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 do. I've done a few Tetris streams before, Gib Gab.
Let me restart my computer.
Okay. Actually, what level is Snitch? Oh, he's not high enough for this yet. What? Co-op Tetris? I don't know if Rygon even has a Switch. So apparently, Snitch could just go assassinate the leader of a faction and just take over, or not really take over, but. That is still a little scary. And we'll put that there. And we'll do that. And on to the next turn. Oh, right. I forgot to do the next battle for Stream Raiders. Let me go get that going. We'll go across the top. Alright, place your troops for Stream Raiders, everybody.
Alrighty, computer's restarted.
Welcome back.
Good to be.
DeepCab apparently wants us to do a co-op Tetris stream.
I'm afraid I probably wouldn't be too good at that.
Win battle, or else.
I'm pretty decent at it. Not great, but pretty decent.
Smell. Taste battle. Good, good. We shall serve loyally.
I believe we could do co-op through Tetris 99. Ooh, a Molder contract. I think Knife is with Snitch. So we'll go ahead and let you do it. Because Snitch is going to be there recruiting for a while. And I'm finally going to have contact with Clan Molder. So one army went this way, the other one went this way. I see.
Stab, slice. They die, yes. Greedy paws take loot.
Now it seems to be working.
Oh, yeah, I enjoy 99 every now and then. I may not be perfect or anything, but it's fun.
Onward, diseased brethren. Stalk corrupt. Scamper. Scamper scurry.
It looks like most of Bretonia is also wiped out.
Run, fools, fools. Which clan?
I'm gonna give you another one of these. And a Death Runner. And that'll fill out your army. We'll give you this.
I bring pain, death.
Bloop. Do 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 do. Duke, 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 Duke. Do 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 do. Tahenowin! You approach. I do not like this fact. Tahenowin, 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 Tahenowin. Tahenna, Tahenowin, Tahenowin. Tawenna, Tawenowin, Tawenowin.
Maybe it's getting confused because I have 2 monitors.
That is a possibility. So I would think that they would have, you know, thought of that.
You'd think so.
Speak then, yes. I am listening. Skaven are listening.
Oh! Hello there, Zinch. No, I will not accept a treaty. Aww. They're wiping out my settlement.
Fight! Kill! Death
That's okay, I'm bringing
Well,
2 armies over now.
Yeah, I need to launch it with admin rights.
Battle fight! Get going! There are better slaves than ours.
Ooh, an underway interception. Slaughter them, boys! Wow, those dwarves had lots of meat. I guess they are pretty stocky. All the frickin' alerts. Also, one of them is finally available. Alright, over here. We're gonna take over this settlement. Oh, they're not high enough level. Alright, Dart. Actually, no. We'll send Snicksh out for this.
Fancy warlord am I?
And we will put you in his army in the meantime.
Master assassin.
Mainly because we're literally just sitting here recruiting. Ah, you decided not to keep it running. Excellent. Die! Oh, for the love of... Stop rising again from the goddamn dead!
Assassin. Move, march! So in Liber Bubonicus. Tunnel dig.
Now, it can go over here. You switch over to this, and we're going to recruit some new troops for you. Let's give you that. Two of these, and one of these. Alright, Corn. I think I'm ready to just go kill you.
Go under. Scuttle forth, Ratkin.
Oh, right. I forgot about this stretch of land. Where it's literally just a huge, long line of a lot of movement and stuff.
Run, fools, fools! Verminous valor!
Alright, slicing the insane. Switch to march stance and through here.
Scurry forward! Best elite Ratkin. In shadow. Shadow.
Take that.
Secret scheme. Call me Lord.
The hell is a Steenie? Is that a real Pokemon?
I have no idea. I've lost track of them.
Oh, hey, Seda.
Clan Rictus Supreme.
Gen 7 Middle Evolution. Hey there, Noland. And hello, Lightning Dragon. The what, Sirio?
Trenched craven tail.
I have concerns. It evolves into Sarina when it knows Stomp. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this thing up. Oh, that Pokemon. Yeah, I've seen that one around.
From shadow I struck.
Alright, let's get that in there, build this, repair that. And we're just gonna switch this over to the exploitative planning one. It's about 60% leg in terms of height. Oh boy. A family game.
Family.
We've got 2 fresh armies headed to the front lines. Well, not really the front lines, just different lines.
Eshin hears our brothers.
Hello there, Throt.
Skaven speak.
You consider me your main threat. Well, if you're not going to just let me make you join Confederation, we'll go this route. Oh. Oh, well, if you're just gonna throw yourself in and get slaughtered that way...
Is that what it is? I'm just throwing myself into the cauldron to get slaughtered?
I mean, if you're an orc now, sure.
You know, I...
Hello.
Good evening.
How was your stream?
I wasn't streaming.
No?
It's Monday.
And?
I don't stream on Mondays.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. Either way, hello! It is good to see you, or hear you. Whatever the hell the term is. So then, how was your day if you weren't streaming? You
Very
just
low
tried.
energy.
You tried to shout out Dart. There is no Seda. There is only Dart.
Through cave caverns. Sneak show, yes.
That is a lot of Dart TF we're going to have to get if we're going to surpass Zeta as the main character.
Mary! You do realize that that is a very easy thing for me to accomplish.
Seek out plague.
I wouldn't subject Mary to that. There's a lot of Zeta art.
Well, yes, but all I have to do is get her to sketch, because you can color yourself, so...
Do you know how slow I am with the coloring?
But you simply said that it has to be, you know, a number of art versus the quality.
Fair. Need more chocolate where Matt we were back.
How's it coming over there, Rygon?
It's coming. Trying to get it to sync up properly to Phasmophobia. Okay, it is synced. Let's try using one of these skills.
Oh, right. I mentioned that I was going to take my meds earlier and then forgot.
Do that.
Okay.
This game really absorbs my attention.
I got chocolate.
Nice. Let us test it out with a different game.
Secret arts.
You and your chocolate.
I'm a chocoholic. What can I say?
I realize this, but still, you and your chocolate. Continue on your journey, Tretch, Craven Tail. For victory is required. And if you dare return home without having complete and absolute victory over these puny foes, I shall have your tail for a necktie.
My raiders.
Synced.
We'll go with this. Cool. Everything is built up at Skaven Blight. Well, except for this. But it will be soon.
Alright, at least I got some of the stuff to work. As long as I can sync up the game beforehand.
Hey, that sounds like great news to me.
It is. Now let's bring up No Man's Sky. That's the one I had difficulty with last night.
Row.
Duke. Duke, Duke, Duke. Duke, 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 Duke. Do, 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 Duke. Oh yeah, how much longer before the Vermintide? Ah! 1 turn. Is it this next turn? Or the turn after?
Panic.
I'm deadly.
A Duke! It's this thing that popped up that said the end is 9. I don't know exactly what that means.
Many ears. That's a good question.
I think it's the game basically being like, yeah, you've spent too much time on this. Time to just end it all. It's all over.
I'll lead from rear. Enslave them to Rick.
I might have 10 turns to find out. Oh.
Battle! Cowards answer to me.
Oh, for the love of... Would you stop that? How the... Oh, that's how you got over there. Ugh. Vermintide? Question mark. It was foolish to be worried about any Skaven gatherings. Other than a few scattered scouts, little has changed on the surface. And yet, claw marks where they shouldn't be, scurrying sounds in the night, the ominous glow of warpstone from distant caves and underway entrances. Something is afoot. It begins... Ah! So, it seems to me that a lot of settlements now probably have undercities beneath them.
license, yes?
Alright, time for the Stream Raiders. Stop the battle. Yeah, I'm assuming that we're kind of looking at literally every city now having every settlement now having an undercity. I don't know exactly what that's going to do to me, though. Like, I know the Skaven aren't exactly friendly to each other, but are they really going to attack me? Actually, who am I kidding? They're Skaven. Of course they're going to attack me, but...
Okay, so that game doesn't work.
So, Rygon.
What's up?
Weren't you needing to get some notes and treatment plans done?
Yeah.
Hint. Nudge, poke.
Hey.
Poking harder.
Fail.
Meh.
New contract.
I will. It's
The
my last
TF
test for this particular one.
The TF will be denied until morale improves.
No.
Mighty master engineer, I am. Master assassin.
So I know for sure that if they are hostile, considering how spread out I am, and there is actually an undercity under every settlement, I'm gonna have some trouble here soon. I just don't know if that's how this is all going to play out.
I hunt without eyes.
There are a lot of unknowns with this thing.
On to hell.
It's actually synced. Okay.
Alright, you will go to Skaven Blight. And we are going to replace one of the Eshin Triads. Actually, we're going to replace both of them. With some Warplock Jazales and Rattling Guns. No, we'll just go with 2 Warplock Jazales. I like the Jazales. Or Jaziles, however the hell it's pronounced. I don't know.
No tunnel.
Alright, Signlet the Mad. We need to go kick some dwarf butt. Now that we've taken care of the wood elves.
Through cave caverns. Shadow dark. Hide
The
and
Golden Colossus. We are Umbrella.
I come after.
We are Groot.
My mask on all notes.
I think I've finally just about have this.
Woo!
There's one more for the rotation of the screen, but it's...
Victory.
Oh shit, the screen rotation works too. Sweet. Alright, so I have access to all the skills now. That is going to be awesome to go back through and add.
Silent.
So long as the game is synced, we are good, and now I can finally start syncing up the games.
Hi, chieftain. Clan Rictus Supreme. Call me Lord Craventail.
Alright.
Night raid. Is it safe?
I should probably check on Snitch's army. But when he's available again. Where is it? Over here? No, up here. Ah, you do have more space for recruitment. Excellent. Let's get a warp lightning cannon. A pair of hell pit abominations.
I'll be back in about 15 minutes, and then we'll get started on work. Should only take me about
Sounds good.
should only take me about a couple hours to get through it all, hopefully.
Silent
So,
executioner.
all right. See you all in a bit.
Do you want me to set a timer?
Yeah, you can go ahead and set a timer.
How long?
Just 15 minutes.
Computer, set a timer for 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Starting now.
Your timer has begun.
No, no.
Born to kill. Kill. Secret arts.
Got that done. Let's do this. So what are you up to now, Seda?
Just chilling until I probably should be going to bed in like 10 minutes.
But that's so early.
It's late.
But it's early. Oh, crap. Did the game freeze? Yeah, the game froze. One moment, everybody. Or rather, not the game itself, but the feed from my laptop. Oh, it happens every now and then, jits. Actually, looking at the time for the recording, I should... I don't know where I cut out there. I forgot that the audio was going to glitch out. But thank you everybody for joining today for the stream. That was Total War Warhammer 3. We're going to go ahead and switch games here because we're coming up on that 6-hour mark. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining. Check out the links down below in the description for our link tree, and then through the link tree, links to basically everywhere else that is associated with us. But yeah, thanks for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.